Good evening, ladies, lords, lasts, and all those in between. It is I, your humble dungeon master and host, the Deathly Shad, here once again to bring you your daily or weekly dose of D&D content in the form of the Rains of Vitrium, a lovely, lovely little game that I have going here where I torture my compatriots and players and make them have a very happy, fun time. With that in
I don't think
mind,
that's what happens, Shad.
no, it's what happens.
I mean, the torturing part does.
I mean, also the happy, fun
I don't know about
times.
that.
Sure.
Interspersed.
I mean, what would you consider the beach episode?
That was was that even yours?
That was a one shot.
That was a one shot. That wasn't even your session.
That was still happy, fun times. It still counts. At any rate, Agathar.
They can have a little happiness as a treat.
As a treat. Agathar, say hi to the people.
Hi, we forgot what the safe word was.
Percival, say hi to the people. Percival's not gonna say hi to the people. Okay, see how it is.
Percival refuses.
This is how she says hi to strangers.
Well, fuck you.
Fuck
That is how I
you.
say hello.
And Rensois
The
said,
alternative is blight. Hello.
Rensois said hi to the people.
Yes, hello. It is I. Benui.
I feel that. Soren, say hi to the people.
Hi to the people, I'm a boy again.
Ah, good
For now.
times. And Vaelyn, say hi to the people.
Hi everyone. I'm definitely not in any danger because Vaelyn doesn't do anything but good things.
Ah, yes. And could you remind people what?
Brother.
You want to remind people what Vaelyn did last session? Hmm.
He just had a nice and lovely chat.
He reconnected with his sister.
Yeah, that's cool.
He did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't do anything. Well, initially he didn't do anything wrong,
Then he fucked around.
and then he fucked around.
I did nothing wrong.
He gon' find out here in a minute. Anyway, so
You have no proof.
Pulls up the VOD.
I was gonna say, we have a whole ass VOD.
Yeah, we just go. go
Yes. Anyway, so with that in mind, let's get right back into the action. When last we left our adventurers, Agathar the Kobold Necromancer, Percival the Halfling Divination Wizard, Rensois the Rabbit Folk Monk, Soren the Rabbit Folk Samurai, and Vaelyn the Rabbit Folk Cleric, the party had just finished having a small discussion with them kind of like involved on the sidelines between Raymier and the big three of the and the big three of the Shimmering Veil organization. After a bit of a tumultuous back and forth, and a bit of aid on the part of Agathar and Vaelyn, they actually managed to get the Shimmering Veil to agree that Raymier is actually a candidate to run the new Mirzai once the forge has been located, and, well, it is in the correct hands, so to speak. Gosh, dang it. Sorry.
He is EP.
I'm not EP.
He is EP.
Anyway,
He's hungry, sleepy.
that is very fair. I am pretty hungry, sleepy. Anyway, and they also dealt with a bit of a nightmare realm creature in the form of a nightmare that Percival had that was made manifest by her new dream catcher that is attached to her and will
Get it off
never
of
leave
me.
her.
It's like the cooties.
I want you to know that I am now officially capable of crafting artifacts, and I'll abuse it.
And they also discovered the 5 types of Zimlight that there are.
Yeah, what a wonderful way to find out the thing I asked for was tempered with.
The 5 types being Calibrium, which is a green translucent glass type material. Gravitum, which is this metal purple-hued material that has a light magnetic aura to it. Infernium, a dark blue material that has a bit of destructive ability to it. Severum, this red needle-like material that has transmutive properties. And lastly, Crescendium, which is a white metal that flicks off a little bit and seems to kind of like get everywhere like little dust sparkles. That has curative and restorative properties. So, with that in mind, who knows what's going to happen during this session, as the players are supposed to be planning a invasion of a Debt Lord's vault. But we just might find out in tonight's session of the Rains of Vitrium. So, you guys are currently, done with your conversation with the current ruling body of the Shimmering Veil. You have backed off to the upper stairs. Raymier is left. And the rest of you guys are doing what? How are you finishing off today?
Do they join us as we drink and talk? Or is that how we're just be like, time for sleep again?
I think we still have plenty of light, don't we? We still have a bit
Yes,
more
it
of
was
the day.
And
It
there's
was
not much
more
we
than-
can do.
Yeah. Not really much we can do unless, just hang out.
I would say if we're going to be ransacking a rather large hoard of monetary gain, we could see if we could procure some form of extra space. Normally, I would just use one of mine, but as you can see, I don't have mine. And I feel like we will probably run into more than a single bag of holding could hold.
I mean, we have 2. Agatha has 1, Rinsal has 1.
Yes, but they only carry so much weight.
True.
Right.
If we could get our hands on a portable hull, we have so much as space and not a weight constraint.
Well, if we're going into the vault, which has the cart, wouldn't the portable hole be with the cart?
That's not
different.
it's a different one.
I'm thinking of something else yet.
Yes, no, I would love to raid the place that has my home in it, but it is not the one we are going after. And, that's
right.
That portable hole is indisposed.
Yeah.
Part of a project and locked in place.
Right. Yeah. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. And
Okay.
look, we're after the orb. Everything else is just whatever. So, I don't know. I don't really have any plans on robbing that one vault with all of its contents. So,
Fair. We have a goal. Everything else is gravy. But gravy is good.
and
Yeah.
I'm sure we would be.
Hey guys,
Hi.
real quick second, I need to check something out. Go ahead.
Meat. I forgot what we were talking about.
Gravy.
Oh, I said gravy is good.
Yeah, gravy. Yeah, I'm not saying we don't, take a little bit off the top, but I'm sure we'll also be pretty rewarded for our efforts. So.
Of course. Percy just kind of like looks at the table, like swirling a finger across the tabletop, and stops herself from continuing. So, Any ideas?
I mean,
Um,
so far the only one that we can reliably trust is Agathar, and he's the only one that's been in there.
Agathar was in Raymier's tower. Was that the same tower?
it's the same tower.
Oh,
I've snuck into his room once, but I don't know what would be in there.
well, I mean, it's Raymier's room. He can just go in there.
Well,
We have him.
not- remember that picture that I took that I gave you of all that alchemy supplies?
Yes.
That was oh fucking what's his face? That was Loden's room.
Oh. Well,
I took a bit of a side trip in the side trip. But
right.
I didn't stick around longer than I needed.
Understood.
I thought that alchemy supply was something for nefarious. It's nefarious, but for a totally different reason.
Okay.
You don't want to know. But I wouldn't know if there's a way to his vault from his room. Or I could steal something from him while he's in the room.
I could only imagine a man worth his salt would keep the vault in a likely the most secure location that tower has to offer.
Right.
So it would either be dead center of the tower or deep underneath it.
Probably dead center, if not either dead. It's either dead center or very top. They're very confident in their defenses. I mean, they have good defenses, so the insides are relatively.
They very clearly are not. You walked in there half naked. Well,
I had
you
to-
walked in there most actually naked.
I had to climb the tower,
Yes.
and the tower was covered in glyphs of warding with disintegration spells on them.
And did you set any of them off?
Luckily, no. I almost did, but no, I didn't. So
Eh,
anything on the outside defenses gives them a bit of a false sense of security on the inside.
well, one wily boy does not a group make. I don't suppose the rest of us will make that journey up unseen and unscathed.
We do have a way in.
Through Raymier, you think?
Yeah. We could
And then
try to
whatever.
smuggle. We could try to smuggle you guys in somehow.
Why smuggle us? He's been after us this entire time. Why not play it up? Have him have us captured and then wheeled into his parlor as some kind of sick joke. And then we spring the trap.
Maybe. Unless all the debt lords want to make an example out of us or something.
Yes, but only two or so are in cahoots with one another. It's not their business.
Fair.
Only the one in that tower and Raymier, to our knowledge, are the ones who would have any interest.
Also fair.
Say Raymier brings this debt lord fellow of his to share in this situation, and we could perhaps put the jump on him. I would hope he would value his life over his own riches, and we can essentially walk him down to the safe ourselves.
Yeah.
And seeing as this entire place is warded against teleportation, he couldn't simply just blip away.
Right.
So
Or
we put the knife to his back, make him do the work, walk us through the traps, him up front, and then worry about the rest when we get there.
that's a good start, I think.
It is the best I could come up with in the moment's notice.
It's very well thought out for a moment's notice to plan.
She shrugs. I'm only working with what we have at hand. If more things come to light, I will add them to my equation.
Yeah, I mean,
We
it's
do
not-
have more people coming.
We do.
How can we integrate them into this, you think? Perhaps Raymier has employed new mercenaries that took us in.
That's
They are-
true. They could be. Raymier can hire them to hunt us down, and then a day later or so, after a time that doesn't bring suspicion.
Yes. Quite easily so.
Yeah.
Raymier is is definitely not against hiring outside help.
She's hired mercenaries before.
Yes, he has. Looks over to Soren, who's now back to being a dude.
He goes, and then he just kind of like smiles awkwardly and says, "It was a interesting and eye-opening experience. I'll tell you that."
Back feel better?
Hey, I do.
Yeah, lucky you. All right.
I still think you should have waited it out a couple more days just to see what a period's like.
He shudders a little bit and goes,
Just a
"I
little
think I'll."
appreciation for it.
Agathor tilts his head because he's also hasn't been a female long enough.
Thinks for a moment. I wonder. It's a morbid idea. But do you suppose if he was a child, he'd be able to change back? Would it stop him? Ponders, tapping her chin.
You're still talking about me, aren't you?
Yes. It's a hypothetical question.
But
A question we don't need to know the answer to.
Shrugs. Well, of course. That's why it's hypothetical. It is a possible outcome.
Who would even be the
are you
father?
Are you wanting an answer from me or something? Or-
Nods for a moment. No, not from you. Your swords. Who would be the father?
Agathor looks away.
She grins
He
knowingly.
looks over at the bar.
I am aware there is probably scores of literature on the factor.
I say Migida just pulls out like a fucking binder.
I am also being a little shit and seeding possible stories that I would love to hear later.
Hey, Dari, yeah, bring the cabinet over here. Bring the filing cabinet over here.
No, I'm just imagining they're like listening to this and they're like, write that down, write that down.
Write that down.
Migida's like, of course. How did it escape me to write the impreg version?
Look. Here's the thing. Soren, you'd be very well aware that the second you kind of like reverted back, it's like you would have heard, "Aw, I get it, but aw." This means we have more stories. Hidari! Yeah. Get me my Valium. Okay.
So we have some concepts on what we might and how we might approach this caper. The way in is easy enough, but the getting out seems to be the more difficult procedure. Or, this is devious. What if we did a switch? They come in with us as mercenaries. Then, pop, take our places and shape shift, leaving us capable of roaming the place. We come back, swap shapes with them, leave, and then at a later date, later time in the day, while they are still guised as us, return to their shape, and then the search is on for the escaped prisoners.
Where would we be? I mean, I know Walter Solve, so I could try to write it down in scrolls, but
Well, you would need a... What is the name of it? Snapping her fingers. It's a type of disguise spell. It handles many people all at once. Seeming, that is right. Seeming. I do not have that, unfortunately. I've never needed to disguise a large group of people.
And that's above my weight class right now.
Well, think I might be able to cast it. I just don't have it. Let me. I also, yeah, I don't have my grimoire, so
Maybe we can try to get the syndicate to procure one of those scrolls for us.
possibly, but we would need at least two, one for us and one for Group B.
That's true.
Well, let me think for a moment. She starts counting on her fingers. How many people can seeming affect? I think it's 8. Jesus. Any number of creatures that you can see within range that gives you the target of your choice. The leisure appearance. Is it really? Oh yeah, I could. Yeah, no, it would be like a simply 1. That's right. Seeming doesn't have a limit on how many can be disguised, just with whoever's within eyesight.
Like, huh.
Interesting. I think this is a bang-up idea, possibly. We do still need how to figure out how to get down into the vault itself and get in and out of the vault, but the getting into the place and out of the place seems not as difficult once the deed is done, and we can hide our ill-gotten gains on our bodies. Though the security will probably be quite high. Just looks around the table. I am open to other suggestions if anyone has any ideas.
Shad, did I remember that the sort of the wall of the to the tower, did that have like a anti-magic field in it? Sort of like a wall where it would dispel any like illusion magic?
Yes.
Hmm.
Yes, it did,
Well,
specifically.
yeah.
Like, that's... Like,
That's why I got buttered up.
yeah, that is why you got buttered up. Straight up, basically the second you pass through
Yeah.
the wall,
Mhm.
through the gate, there's an effect that dispels any illusions or transmutations that are affecting you.
Well, not to shoot it down, but the tower's defenses include an anti-magic wall, so
Throughout the entire building or only through the
it's
doorways?
it's only on the outside.
Fantastic. So, we have our mercenary troop walk us in, we cast the spell and switch places with them within.
What makes you think they wouldn't be keeping an eye on who goes in?
Because
strange.
because Raymier is a trusted friend of this individual. And Raymier has stated quite fervently that he intends to do us great harm. So, having the opportunity to do it himself seems only natural. And having us bound in chains with several powerful mercenaries at his beck and call, it seems like Raymier would have everything handled. Theoretically.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, it's just, the second that on our way out.
Oh yes, once we pass the outer gates, we will be defeating out of there.
Yeah.
But at that point, we could keep Raymier's guys, have the mercenaries chase after us. If we could get our friends to chase us out, like trying to capture us, it would be less likely we would be so pursued as fervently if they assume that we will soon be captured by the same people who caught us the first time. I don't know.
Yeah, and that would keep them from getting, eyes on them for helping out.
Yes. At least I'd hope. We can discuss this with them when they arrive.
I mean, the Veil is also planning to help us get in. We don't know how exactly, but
Well, I could discuss this with the Veil. Our plan is in its infancy, and flimsy at best. It only sounds nice on paper.
I'm kind of curious if this veil is capable of getting us in from underneath. That would definitely get us past all those
Well,
walls.
Well, there are tunnels that I needed to get guided through when I went on to, investigate the anti-teleportation orb. And I had to get guided through that. And there's a bunch of tunnels underneath the city, but if one leads to the towers, I don't know because he dropped me off early, like right at the wall. So I don't know if they have any connecting walls to the tower, but we can get right up in its business.
well, we have ideas.
We have the start of something. We also
than
have
nothing.
some time to relax before the heist goes off.
Yes. And I didn't get to play.
Yes. Plenty of time.
Yes.
Feels
yes.
like some
sorry.
days go on for sessions and sessions and sessions.
yeah. You have a day. Sorry.
Is it a day in game world or a month in the real world?
Yes.
Who knows? I don't.
So when
Yeah.
is B team expected here?
Tomorrow, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, they'll be here in enough time.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, well, I missed out on a game of Truth or Dare, and I feel like you guys owe me.
Oh, you what?
A
It
game?
wasn't, we weren't playing Truth or Dare. I was just telling them about my past.
When I was away?
I'm sorry, Agathar. Am I in a relationship with you?
Well, not like that.
And you'll excuse me if in times when I can be alone with someone I have those feelings with, I can be open.
I'm not telling you not to be open.
All of them. I'm so sorry that I have upset you. Is there something you'd like to know?
I don't know. I missed out on... It doesn't matter.
Ugh. She reaches over and grabs you, not by the scruff, but by the collar, and pulls you over, and kind of nudges a chair over. Go ahead, ask me something.
He rubs the back of his neck. He definitely wasn't there for... hold on. What do I think about asking?
TikTok.
Yeah. Well, it certainly seems that Smudge is... Well, I don't want to say acting strange, but acting strange for your familiar. So, well, is there a ritual that you did for Smudge? Because they never talked before.
Technically, Smudge is not the one talking. They are using a catalyst to speak through the shadow that now lurks beside them. I maybe fed Smudge an imp.
He stares at you. And how did you acquire an imp?
Through witchcraft.
Insight. I'm
Ooh.
shit out of that.
Ooh.
Fuck! God damn it.
I need Percy to not goof up.
I need.
Anyone
yeah,
else
you
can roll
definitely,
inside if they would like.
definitely don't need Percy to goof up.
Every single inside check.
Yeah,
Oh
it
my
wasn't-
god.
Not even if I crit, I wouldn't have gotten it.
You know what? Just for curiosity's sake. Nope.
Wait.
Come on, someone has to get a.
I
Come on.
will give Rensois advantage.
Yeah.
God damn it.
It doesn't
God.
matter.
God damn.
I am a good liar, if anything.
You certainly
You
are.
keep getting lucky as fuck on them, I'll be honest with you.
It's why I'm still here.
Literally.
Okay.
He like I can throw.
She's
maybe
hard
believes
to
you, but
read
hard
for
to
all four
read.
of you.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like, I mean, there was a giant eyeball in our room the other day, so you know what? Sounds
It is difficult
Sounds
to
reasonable.
explain. Smudge is a witch's familiar. Powerful, but limited in its mobility. And its ability to go places that are unseen. I mean, she is very good at her job, but I have tasks for her that will be paramount and require her to be unseen.
Okay.
She kind of
Uh,
sighs. You could ask me something a little more wholesome if you still wished. I feel as if this was not an answer you wanted.
No, it certainly was an answer. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting, so. Yeah,
Well,
it's
you can
fine.
tell that horrible sound that comes out of the shadow of Smudge is the imp, which I've done everything in my power to suppress, but it is stubborn.
Yeah, well, I know how devils work, and every time you try to play their game, you lose, so I just know how awful they are, so I just hope that imp doesn't get you in trouble.
I don't foresee it.
Okay. Oh god. I can't think of a question.
Well, then why are you upset you missed out on Truth or Dare?
Well, because I missed questions from everybody and just being in that moment, you know, just being together.
We were let me let you in on a little secret. Soren is terrible at asking questions, and Rensois is too scared to ask questions, so the responses were limited at best.
So I still
Soren's cringing a little bit.
Excuse me for respecting your privacy.
I love that about you. I do. But I was drunk and you had the opportunity.
And I'm not going to like use your inebriation. I'm not going to take advantage of you.
Poor judgment. But okay.
You know, but it's not that I just it was the moment is that I'm a little upset that I missed, but it's not for anybody's fault.
Well, when we get our home back, I will make us a delicious dinner and we can sit around the fire and you can shoot off as many questions at your family as you feel fit.
Okay. Man,
But
you know,
but
you're
you
also...
do have to have questions to fire.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, it works both ways. If you guys have questions about me, I want to answer.
What is it about you that women can't stop being around?
I don't know. I genuinely do not know. It just gives you like
Have you seen him?
Clear as day. I don't get the appeal.
It doesn't have to
but
be
okay.
painted in gold.
It's because he's small.
I am small.
He's also submissive.
Well-
look over towards her, wherever the voice is coming from. I'm more than that, right?
No, you are.
I sup-
There's more appeal. I am explaining
Soren,
why others might find you appealing as well.
Soren's grinning at this point.
All right. So, what makes me very appeal to you?
Perhaps the fact that she has a body.
A pointed look at Percival. She's a pointed look at Percival. He's honest.
Ooh.
I don't think he's ever understood what a lie is or how to tell one. So, if you're going by honesty, it is a low bar.
Perhaps.
Can Soren insight that pointed look?
I mean,
You just wanna take a-
no need to insight really. She doesn't view Percival as a very honest person. That's really all you can get from that. Doesn't mean anything
That's
more
fair.
than that.
Well, slightly hurtful things beside, I just don't believe in really lying, you know? I've been caught up in very bad lies before, and it just hasn't ever worked out for people or me or the person that's been lied to.
You're also
Understand that
diligent.
Understand that I tease you because I like you.
I would also say that. Yes, I can say that. You are attractive.
Why
He
was that?
He starts
Why was
turning
that-
red.
Why was that difficult?
I enjoy the asymmetrical aspect of your horns.
He turns weirdly even more red.
Soren can't hear anymore because all he hears is scribbling.
Please stop using chalk. Please stop using chalk.
No, we're switching to markers.
Mikado's using a really loud, like, mechanical keyboard.
No, it's one of those deep stroke keyboards, just
It's a full ass typewriter.
yeah. Ding! Shh!
Except what we hear is ding, 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 just like
Yeah.
buzzing instead of typing.
And
They're
also
going to
this.
single-handedly create like
She also then Soy Fang, who has appeared at this point in time, just kind of like points to him, and this is my jam.
the fact that you can change the heat of his face to the point where he changes scale colors.
Yes.
That's... he just doesn't. He's really flustered. Ah, that's really nice.
This is what I live for.
Just pats Agathar's head. Is like, yes, you do look like the type who would prefer a strong woman to walk all over you.
To be honest, I didn't think I'd get this far in living.
It's
Well-
okay. It's okay, my little pog champ, as the youth might say.
No one says that.
He starts yipping.
What's a PogChamp?
I don't know. I heard some Mirzian individuals referring to each other as it. They laughed about it. But I thought
Then
it
they
was
asked chat if they were real.
I thought it was cute.
I'm pretty sure that was an insult they were throwing at each other.
You're my pog champ.
Oh. That's adorable. You've attempted to flirt. She pats him on the head twice.
He just melts under her hand. I breathe high.
I just lean over to whisper to Francois, your brother is rather easy.
Eh,
I'm starting to think it's not so much that he has the harem, that the harem has him.
He's the
That
prisoner.
is- probably more likely.
Should we be worried about this? I only have so many rooms in the caravan. I don't intend to make any more.
It should be fine.
She can have a room on the sand pit.
Aguilar's incoherent. He's just giving Soifeng just the biggest, goofiest smile.
She's lording over him and currently like has her fingers on like the tips of his horns and she's just like squeezing them and like rotating his head a little bit.
Okay,
if you would
you're
like
going to get a room.
If you would like to, Agathar, you can roll me an intelligence check to try and.
I'm gonna give myself disadvantage. Yeah, I rolled natural 1. Agathar's he's
okay.
He's getting attention by a beautiful woman. He has no idea.
He's like a shark that's been turned upside down.
Yeah, he's a shark. Yeah, 100%.
He got rotated, nerd.
Yeah, I got rotated.
Get rotated, nerd.
If anyone would like to, they may all. You guys can roll insight on her as she's just has that very placid expression on her face as she's just like turning his head left and right by his horns, just like
There's no idea.
Soren.
Yes.
I'll say you get it. You got high enough. You get the sense that she's acting like she's driving something.
You know, they have rooms here. You could use one.
I don't have any money.
We could, but this is more fun.
One, you don't have any money. I'm certain she has.
She immediately stops, looks up at Percival, and just goes, "Oh, I don't know what you mean. I don't have any money."
That's a bold-faced lie, and you know it. And I don't need an insight check to know it. You know, it is uncouth for a lady to do all of the taking and not giving.
I do enough giving. Look at his face.
Yeah. He's thrilled to get attention right now.
It doesn't take very much, does it?
No.
A cheap date, but you should at least still buy the drink.
Are you suggesting she get him drunk?
Water is free, though.
But it's not as fun.
My innuendos are lost on you.
Hold on. No, he doesn't. Actually, a 10 is probably enough. Just for a really bad execution. Why do I need water when there's a tall glass of it right here? He's just fucking stupid.
It seems
I think
as if
Percy
morning...
snorts and...
It seems as if Morningwood has rubbed off on you.
Well, that's about my cue to leave.
No, don't bother.
I think I'm gonna go to bed.
I'm going to leave first. And then she's gone.
Oh, thank God.
With or without Agathar.
I have never seen such clumsy flirtation.
Oh, he's so immediately so sad that she's gone. It's like my wife.
My wife.
You can't call her that until there's a ring
my
on
waifu. Oh, girlfriend gone. He finally kind of like snaps out of it, head kind of shoots over. What were we talking about? Sorry.
You were promising all of your gold to me.
I don't think I would say that.
Ah, well, at least your sanity is back.
Yes.
We're gonna get Soifang obey shirts at one point in time.
100%.
It's like
that's the thing.
the I'm with stupid shirt, except the arrow's pointing like diagonally down and to the left.
Yeah. yeah.
No, he should have a shirt that's like, my girlfriend's made of 17 squirrels.
Yeah.
17, that's it. I thought it was more than that.
They're big
Child's play.
squirrels.
So you guys are wanting to go to sleep?
It's like fucking... It's like 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I know, right? But what I'm saying is that you guys want to fast forward through the day.
I don't know, if Agathar ever comes up with some more interesting questions, you could always come to Percy.
He actually wants to, like later on in the day,
Performance
maybe
interrogation.
get a one-on-one with Francois. A little one-on-one.
Ooh.
Oh.
A little mano-y-mano.
A little mano-y-mano.
Okay.
Probably like way later in the day. As we're like maybe as like Francois is like going
Well,
to like
before you commit to that, is there anything else that anyone else would like to do?
No.
I think I've already expended a fair amount of attempts trying to understand the nuances of my my new artifact. Unless you'd allow me to try something else.
Sorry, say again.
I was just saying that I've already kind of done a fair bit trying to understand this Dreamcatcher. I was wondering if I could try one more thing.
What's the one more thing you want to try out?
You said there were several threads leading off of it into the directions of my friends, and one that led to a knot that also like led off into many other paths.
Yes. You are unable to discern where those paths lead. Like, basically, that clump leads into this main room, and then leads up into every other conceivable exit out.
Is it a knot, or is it like a fusion? Like, are they all
like imagine
together?
it like this. The threads of fate connecting this Dreamcatcher to the world around you are connecting basically its existence to potential paths in the future that you are unable to see yet. Does that make sense?
Right.
It's and are connected to people that are connected to you or strongly tied to you at the very least.
Ew, gross. I'm connected to that many people?
Uh,
Let's get cutting. Snip, snip, snip. Yeah, no, she... If that's the case, I can't discern who some of them are.
no.
Alright, then she makes some more vain attempts to pull it apart, but then just fucking, like, decides it's too much effort without her equipment.
Anything else anyone else would like to do before I move to Agathar X Rancois?
No.
No? Okay.
I don't really think there's anything Soren would like to do except the thing I DM'd.
Okay. And with that, by all means, Agathar, you and Rancois may now go ahead. Sorry for the interruption.
No, you're good. So I think maybe eventually, Francois maybe would go, probably like dinner or something, would go out and maybe try to start getting it for us. And I think Aggie will follow behind. And I think we usually get our stuff from the bottom bar, right? From the hideout. Kind of being in like the main front is a little bit of like a, because that's supposed to be a front of a.
Yes, you get your
Yeah.
stuff from the hideout, pretty much.
Yeah, we don't want to be on the front for very long because we're still wanted.
Yes, very much so.
So I think as Rensor's waiting at the bar for the food and stuff, he just kind of like climbs up on a chair and sits.
and they probably clock. I mean, she has a decent enough perception. She definitely clocks him kind of coming up from the chair and sitting. And there's a couple of beats of of silence before he pipes up and says, "So, how are you doing?"
I'm doing well.
Cool. So what are we gonna do about Mother?
I don't particularly know, to be perfectly honest.
Not much you can do right now. And even if she gives us a reason, it's never gonna be enough.
If she gives a reason.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think, you know, when she sent us out on this little escapade of ours, I thought maybe this was just gonna be, I haven't really thought about what I'm gonna be doing after this is all over. If, I don't know, till this is all over. But I think I know what I want to do now.
What is that?
Fulfill my duty as a linchpin. And replace her.
She'll kind of quirk an eyebrow.
With our yes.
Elaborate.
There's only one way to become an archmage, you know that, right?
For the torch to be passed on.
Or, I don't know if that's something that can be passed down. I would have to read up on it. But have the soul of the current archmage destroyed.
You plan to kill Mel?
Kill two birds with one stone, right? It'll give me purpose.
More like get all of us killed.
Why would it get you guys killed? I'm the one that's doing it.
She will look very pointedly at Aggie. Because it's Mel. You think she would kill you first?
Fair. But, I guess we always assume that she's listening. But, I don't know. I don't think I can... I don't know. If she can pass down the torch, that'd be nice, but...
Well, as things are, and do not take this the wrong way, none of us could take Mel.
Obviously, I wouldn't want to do it now. It's suicide. Whenever, way down the line, whenever I'm ready. I'm not gonna challenge her right now. That'd be dumb. I get my ass kicked every time I get in a fight. But, when the time comes, if it comes, if I don't get killed first, I'm not asking for your help. I'm just asking you to stay out of it.
Well, right now we don't even... Depends on whether she's willing to give any answers about what happened. That's the first step.
I don't know. I think I'm way past that at this point. I don't think there's an answer good enough. You saw the memories. He didn't deserve that, nor did Raymier.
But to you, she is a master. To me, she is a mother.
I've also seen her as a mother, and yes, you spent more time with her. I know. That's why I'm talking about this. I know what she means to you. And I started thinking her as a mother as well. I was only there for 2 years, but still, she was more of a mother than, well, than what I had. That's not exactly honest.
Even given the difference between lifespans, 2 years and almost 20 is very different.
I know. But this one just can't be unanswered.
I cannot say that I have enough information to give you an answer one way or another.
I understand. I know she's, well, the world to you.
So do you.
He...
You all are my family.
He... Make an insight on Agathar.
Gonna make me roll shit.
Yeah.
Swap
Man,
off.
I'm rolling really hot tonight.
I mean, at this point, I have a +8 insight. So,
Yeah.
I get a nat 1.
Even the nat one would still be enough. There's something else he wants to bring up, but he's stopping himself from bringing it up.
Spit it out. You have more to say. It's written on your face.
You know, it really hurt a couple days ago. Not seeing you guys out there with me. In that shanty town. Whether it was a fool's errand or not, it really hurt. I felt abandoned. Like I was being punished for a decision that I made. I know there wasn't really anything we could have done for those people, but I couldn't just ignore them. I guess I just wanted us to be different than the other adventuring groups, but I guess we're not.
Well, if we manage to overturn the current government, then we are. But
Yeah,
at the end of the day, as I said, in that moment, certainly, you could go out, you could spend gold, give gold, distribute food. And then what of the people who weren't there? The ones you couldn't get to? What about the ones that come the next day? Or the day after? Certainly, you could give them one good day. And then that one good day stands in contrast to all the shit they go through the days after. Amplifies the pain that they're already going through. And that is why I said that in that moment, the greatest kindness you could do is to do nothing. To not give them false hope.
Hope is all they have. It's all they can afford. I mean, it's not like they can just get themselves out of that situation. They don't even have the boots. You know, I don't know. I couldn't live with myself if I just ignored them. To not even notice that they exist. I didn't give anything. I probably should have done more, but I don't know. I've just never seen anything like that before. I just felt like I had to do something.
If you could do something, if you were in a position to do something on that grand a scale, well, we wouldn't be going through the hassles that we have now. We could simply buy our way through all of this.
Yeah. Are you?
As things stand, I doubt that altogether we could pay off a single one of their debts. Maybe one or two. Or if we can bring this fascist playground crumbling to the ground. And that is something that will help all of them.
Are you glad that we're doing that?
Of course.
He's throwing an insight just because he's a little desperate. He's a little vulnerable. Wow, I haven't rolled above a 5.
Yeah, you
I mean,
did. That 10 you rolled on your wisdom check is
That's
an
also
8.
true. That is true. I haven't rolled above a natural 10.
It's fine. Double digits are for cowards.
Remember, failing is just
I
as fun
mean-
as succeeding.
I mean, that 7, she's
Yeah.
she's your sister.
Just
You
being honest.
believe she'll help, right?
He believes he does believe her. I think he's just kind of
I mean, yes.
yeah. Okay. You see, he seemed really tense, and then now, like with this conversation, he seems to relax a little bit more. As he kind of rubs the tip of his snout. Yeah, I believe you. Sorry, it's
It has been a lot.
it's been a very bad week for me. But I do have another, question, like a truth or dare question for you. I've been thinking about it, and I've been kind of trying to gather questions for everybody.
He kind of works an eyebrow. Go on.
Do you? I heard that. Um, do you remember anything from your childhood besides, before Mel? Is there anything that you do remember?
She'll kind of not particularly, no. I remember the clawing darkness of the bramble at night. I remember huddling in a gnarled out hollow of a dying tree, trying to hold in warmth against the darkness at night. I I remember being scared, and I remember feeling so very, very alone. Vague, hazy memories of running. From what, I don't know. How I got there, I don't know.
There's a very funny way of popping up when we're at our lowest, right?
Mother, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I suppose she does. I remember she was, well, I remember she was impressed that I wasn't dead yet. Said that showed potential.
Yeah, that sounds like her. It's not an easy, it's not an easy thing of what I want to do. I actually really don't want to do it, but maybe I will, maybe eventually. But I don't hate her. I don't think I could. Because there's a part of me that I still see her as a mother.
Well, if it's any consolation, if you did manage to somehow kill her, I somehow doubt she would hold it against you. If anything, she would consider that you passing her final trial.
Yeah.
The student surpassing the master.
Yeah, I think she would see it like that. Hell, who knows? She's probably already expecting it.
Oh, of course, I'm sure she's listening and, in the words of Dralam, waiting for someone to come at a bitch.
Yeah. Then I'll make sure I won't be able. Then I'll make sure I won't disappoint her.
Yes, well, I'm still of the mind of finding a solution that doesn't involve that, but
Cross the bridge when we get there. We still have to
yeah.
get out of Mirza. And I have to be able to cast above a third consistently without blowing myself up. So, I have a long road. But as long as you are walking down there with me, I think I'll be okay.
We're all in this together.
He kind of leans over just to kind of lean on her a little bit. He just kind of nods. Thanks for talking. I just been a lot on my mind.
I wouldn't be a very good older sister if I didn't, now would I?
I guess not. I never had any siblings.
Well, lucky you do. You do now.
Yeah.
Well,
Lucky me.
Lucky on one count. The other is Vaelyn.
You know, we gave him a lot of crap, but he's not all that bad.
No, he's not.
He just, you know, I do dumb things, but
Just can't let him know that. It'll go to his head.
it like he would care. You know,
He'd act like it, but then he'd get extra sassy.
he Agatha kind of sits up a little straight. He just mimics Vaelyn. Just, I suppose. Do you want to see what I'm working on? Well, I'm getting ready to work on once we get the cart back.
Sure.
And he pulls out his little notebooks, and you have high enough perception. You see, like, starting off like little like other like notes and stuff, and then you start seeing like colorful depictions inside the journal. One of them takes like the entirety of like both sides of the page, but it kind of skims to the middle of the little journal to show off calculations and armor designs. It looks like he's working on maybe upgrades for Bell, but it looks like he's designing a whole new like thing. And on the top left, it has like a bracketed name that just says Anna Defender model. And it shows like, you know, the T-posing of like what sort of Bell is, with the kind of the animal head along with like what looks to be like heavy, like this seems to be like reinforced heavier bone plate with like double shields along the arm, and like laying out like formulas for making this specific summon that he's still very clearly working on. And he says, and well, if I can make sort of Bell out of a whim, I know I'm making some real progress with, you know, this. And I think I should be able to have both of them up at once.
I need to build her a sister.
Yeah. I have, you know, Bell, who's sort of mostly about attack and with a little bit of support, so might as well balance that out. Have a bit of a defender. Someone who's hard to hit, can take hits, and if someone like, you know, if she's up in the scrap with Soren, she can help protect him while she's fighting. Or be, you know, if we're in this particular predicament, she could, you know, interlock shields. She kind of like motions with like both of his, like connecting both of his forearms, you know, connect the shields and then make like this wall of, you know, protection that we can just get through, I don't know, a barrage of arrows or gunfire or something.
Mobile bulwark.
Yeah, exactly. Bulwark. He leans over and writes down that name. Bulwark mode. That's what I'll call it.
Well, and she'll kind of like reach over and like ruffle the top of his head. I'm sure you can more than handle it.
Yeah, I still have those deep dragon bones, and so I could use the rest of Zulamon's bones, and I could make that. Ugh. What? He tilts his
Oh.
head.
I'm just imagining you bringing Vala and this new one to show off Zulamon. Just look what I made out of your bones.
Well, I am not going to tell him that I'm using his old bones. I can't do that to him.
He would maybe have a very minor objection to that.
Yeah, he probably would. What he won't know won't kill him.
He just looks at Agathar. I have a bone to pick with you.
I'm here to use my favor. Don't get mad.
That's the favor. Don't get mad.
That's the favor. Don't get mad.
What did you do? I said don't get mad. You didn't say I can't be disappointed.
I am honoring your favor. What did you do? But yeah, that's his scene with Rinsma. He nerds out for a little bit, and then he orders a second like buffet of food, just so whenever Soy pops in, she has plenty of things to eat. Because he has a hungry girlfriend. Don't get mad. What did you do? God, that is literally every arc in this
Every
game
arc of
recently. It's
Agathar.
just- yeah, it's like,
What did you do? Okay, so don't be mad.
don't be mad.
What did you do? I just said don't be mad.
Alright, so hear me out, bro.
Hear me
My
out.
anger will be determined by what you did.
Okay,
Hear me
so
out, bro.
theoretically,
So
How mad would you be if?
how mad would you be?
I think with that,
Theoretically.
unless you guys have anything else you'd like to say, we can bring that conversation to a close.
Yeah.
So, with that in mind, does anyone else have anything they would like to do in the interim period, or do you guys want to go ahead and get that fast forward button going and skip on to the next day?
We could skip on, I think.
Soren is doing more practicing of skills that he's seen or come up with.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom check on that,
Alright.
because I know what you're
Crunchy
doing.
spine.
I'm assuming of the just no advantage or disadvantage, right?
No, just straight.
Just straight. Okay.
It's
That was a save. Okay, so that's actually supposed to be a 14, sorry.
Oh. Just roll it again.
19.
Yeah. Alright. You feel a sense of progress, but it's like weird progress, you know? Because the last time you were attempting this, you weren't in your normal form. But now you are, and it's like, huh. Mild disconnect. But it's mild. You no longer have an extra bit of weight to account for.
Which, from what I understand from the DM, was a considerable amount of weight.
Yes. Yes, it was.
Alright, he'll put the collar on and change.
Oh, okay. If you want to, you may do so and do another wisdom check.
He's testing
At advantage.
He's testing our hypothesis.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll it again. See if you get better. Crit fish.
Nope.
Okay. Moving back into your more femme fatale form, one might say, you do find that it is a lot easier because you're more used to practicing like that with this body of yours. Already accounting for things like the weight distribution and the height increase. It's just really weird. In fact, like, just the act of shifting from one to another is just like really weird. And whenever you do shift back, that lingering weirdness is still there, but it's muted. Like, you feel a lot more comfortable in your male body, but while training that particular technique, you felt more comfortable doing it in your other body. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's one of those things of like you feel you'll have to retrain yourself a little bit more in your standard male form in order to get back to the level of progress you were in your female form.
Yeah, and he's going to be doing that. So he's probably going to be concentrating a little bit in male form to do that, just to see if he can bring equilibrium to the two, because he wants to be able to do it in both.
Mm-hmm.
So there's also the other technique that I told you about that he wanted to try out, but he's probably going to wait until he's got this down before he picks that up.
All right then. As a secondary aside, you remember your you remember that technique you used back against the Minotaur man?
The one that cuts through armor?
Yep.
Yes.
That particular technique, you would also note, seems more muted in your male form.
Yeah, so he's probably not practicing that one yet, but when he does, he's going to be doing it double time in his male form then.
All right. Now,
Because
just
again, he wants to be able to
do keep in mind though that you can still use it. It's just awkward.
Okay.
But with that, unless anyone else has anything they would like to add or say, Vaelyn, you get spied on for like 10 minutes, and then it, you know,
No save?
I mean, like, I'm talking about it from earlier.
Nah.
And then, yeah, you get another save.
What is it? Wisdom?
Yeah.
Come on. Yes! Nobody watching him.
Another message. Brother! Please let me watch you!
I almost said spy.
It lets me know you're alive and
My words.
well and not dead in a ditch.
No, I'm dead in the desert.
I'm dead on the street, actually.
I'm dead inside, actually.
Is that any better?
Not wrong.
Actually, that's the truth.
Anyway, Vaelyn, do you have a response?
Nope, no response.
Bro! God!
Ooh.
Okay, never mind. Vaelyn is the worst.
You get another sending. Brother? Brother? Are we still siblings? Do you have a response?
None that I can think of at the top of my head. I'm blanking right now.
Literally anything.
I, as a player, am blanking on a response right now. So,
What I'm asking is, would Vaelyn have a response for that? It doesn't matter if you have it actually planned out or not. I just want to know if you, like, do you think that Vaelyn would respond to this message? If yes, then you can just work out your response as I go through the events of the next day. If no, then something's going to happen.
Give her something, Vaelyn.
You gotta give her something.
Nah, this is Vaelyn's choice.
It is, but there's also I respect your opinions, even though they're wrong.
he would, but I'm just trying to figure out right words for it.
Okay. So he does have a response. All right then. You can
For
go
now.
ahead and get that worked out. And I will continue that bit later. So you go ahead and you figure it out. So the day passes as you guys prep in your own individual ways for trying to determine how you're going to go about infiltrating this vault, with some ideas being discarded, other ideas being maybe extrapolated upon, and the thought that you might need the supposed B team in order to help with this, whom are arriving tomorrow of all times. Before you guys go to bed for the night, is anyone going to inform the Shimmering Veil that you have accomplices on the way in that you would like to be brought here?
No, I
Probably,
wanted to be a surprise. No, yeah, we do that.
Okay.
Yeah, last time Vaelyn brought it up, Percy was like, no.
Well, now they're here, we have more trust in these people because they're going to be helping us get our home back. I really want my home back.
Anyway, so with that in mind, you guys do inform them, and it's like, okay, they're gonna keep people out of the bar with no name. They're gonna lead these guys in, so on and so forth. So you each go to sleep. And prepping your various nighttime routines, Percival, what do you find yourself doing with that dream catcher?
What's that?
What
do I do with?
Yeah, what do you do with the dream catcher?
Where do I have the dream catcher?
I said, what do you do with it?
What do I do with it? I don't have any lead or extra dimensional spaces to stuff it, and I don't suppose it would, like, go away. What could Percy do? She could attempt a ritual to kind of, like, I don't know, muffle its power. She'd at least attempt to muffle it.
How are you attempting to muffle it?
She doesn't have much but her own blood at the moment because all of her shit's in her cart or her bag. Curses that you had to do this while I was in the bath. Just a chalk spell circle. Uses a couple of strands of her hair and cuts her palm and attempts like a witch, some kind, like a witchcraft. Attempts a witchcraft. I don't have a name for, like, because this is all kind of an ambiguous thing. She's attempting a ritual to muffle it so it won't actively try and display her fucking dreams.
Okay. You go ahead and roll me a spell ability check.
Oh boy, goody, my favorite.
You fool! You made it stronger.
Ooh. You
Wait, we're going to bed, Lucky.
go ahead.
11.
Technically better. Technically better.
You
It now displays the dream in HD 1080p.
4K.
You attempt to
In VR.
muffle this dream, this catcher's power, but whatever you did to it, whatever it's made of, it's a lot stronger than the ritual you are attempting to perform on it.
Roll.
And
Grub root. Newt. Wretched desert has no fucking wildlife.
and as you continue to kind of just like power onto it, to kind of like funnel into it, you find that the magic of your ritual gets slurped up by it.
So I clearly know it failed.
Yes, it failed.
I hope you can, like, I want you all to, like, imagine Percy doing this weird, like, ritual with whatever small knickknacks in her own hair that she could find, and she's in a nightgown, she's failed, is cursing, and is now stomping on this thing with, like, her foot, like, the heel of her foot, and cursing in some tongue you don't understand.
I could cast comprehend languages, but even I know those are profanities.
The Dreamcatcher is impassive.
Oh, what's your profanity?
It's like, oh my god, principal.
Language.
The Dreamcatcher is impassive.
I craft an artifact, and it is of no use to me but embarrassment and...
Why are you embarrassed by it? He's just eating, like, jerky or something.
Because... I made an artifact. She lifts this thing up and shows it to you. I had no say in it. It isn't what I would have liked to craft. If I had the choice in what kind of artifact I would have made with my witchcraft, it would not have been this.
Soy Fang is behind him.
I throw it at Soy Fang.
I go to catch it.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like, well, first of all, Agatha, you don't realize that she's behind you.
Also fair.
And as you do throw it, it like she doesn't move or do anything. It just disappears before it even hits her and appears at your feet again.
Yeah, she just stares her down for a moment.
I goes like, "Hey, I'm just asking a question."
She then
Throw it.
Throw it at me.
She then adds, "He made me in a trance as
Ah.
well."
God, hi.
You should really expect this by now.
I should, but he holds up a piece of jerky.
She takes the jerky from your hand and eats it.
Yep.
It is frustrating, Agathar. I slave and work and study, and my achievements count for little when accidents do more. Or anything outside of my control works in every way to stomp on any progress I make.
I understand.
It is like I am some kind of cursed sorcerer, those wretches.
I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. I can just easily understand why that's really frustrating, but you know, either we just gotta let it run its course, or we figure out another way, like a Zimtech to get rid of it or something.
Just
but
snarls at the idea of it running its course. I am not ideal with that. I would rather it be pieced apart and the stones that make up its anatomy tossed to the winds. I have no intention of laying myself bare and vulnerable for the world to see.
I mean, it's just us.
He kind of just like exasperatedly lets out a breath. That is
Not
Besides
like we're gonna
the
go
point.
parading it around. You know we wouldn't.
There are things you don't need to see. Things I would not wish for you to see.
I understand, Percival, but I've also seen a lot. I've also seen too many, and I'm 8.
Would you wish that on others to see?
I wouldn't want to bring it down on them, but if they're willing to be along with you to help you get through it, then yeah, it would be scary and uncomfortable. But if it's something that helps you, or if
You're an agreeable sort.
yeah, because we care about you.
Care a little less. She kind of like grumbles.
Gross.
She,
Feel
she's
caring.
as her tiny self stomps cutely back to her bed.
You made us a home.
The Dreamcatcher lifts up, levitates, and follows behind.
They just look so confused. Just
It then floats over and attaches to the wall over Percival's bed.
Can I insight this thing?
Sure.
It just floats down, touches her forehead like it's kissing her goodnight.
I am trying to discern the nature of the look. I know Percy is already suspicious and assumes that the stones were placed in a convenient location that they would be used in this ritual purposely, and she has got suspicions it is of one of two people.
Uh-huh.
And I am trying to discern this thing is following her now and resting atop her bed.
Which two people do you think it could be?
Either Mel or Sabina.
Well,
But that's just a theory.
okay, theory.
There is a
Thanks for
distant nagging
streaming.
feeling that maybe on some blue moon it could have been Eloise, but I don't feel like she'd have the stones to go messing with Percy.
Ch-ldr-n just to fuck with you.
Rolam doesn't know Percy well enough to go and care enough about her to do that. Mel would do that shit out of spite. I have fucked with the lady far too many times.
Well, as you kind of like examine this thing as it floats over and it attaches itself to just above your little bed frame and seems to snug itself up against the wall, you realize you're looking at an artifact, like just a magic item. It's like, you can't really insight the intent of a magic item per se, but I guess with a 15 you can surmise that it's trying to fulfill its purpose.
the strands and the things loosening, like twirl into legs as it starts like Fortnite dancing over.
No, not the boneless. Not the floss.
Not the orange justice, no!
It's hitting the gritty!
I've been hit by, you've been hit by the smooth cringe guy.
Anyway.
So cringe. She fucking gives up. If you see anything, assume it is not a dream and not accurate.
Whatever helps you sleep.
Grumbles.
Blink looks back at Sai. Want to see something I drew?
Sure.
Cool. He will. Let me. Oh, did my sheet close? Why the fuck did it close?
Pulls out the diagrams.
No, actually, he opens up the page to that full-on, like, portrait that he drew of her when they were on that first date on Drolelm's tower. The one he took his time with. Let me roll a sleight of hand for quality. There you go. It's pretty good. It's okay.
Yes, it is very good.
Thanks. I had a wonderful reference.
She then reaches over and just like grabs a couple of the pages and flips them over to what would have been a blank page, but instead it's like a very terribly drawn stick figure of like a tiny person, like a tiny stick man, and a tall stick person with like a big long tail, and they're like holding hands.
Aww.
He found one of Migi's drawings.
Wait, you drew in this? Are there any other things you drew in this?
You'll have to find out for yourself.
He starts, like, he puts his face into the page and starts inspecting every single page like it's a Where's Waldo.
Okay, roll an investigation. I'll give you advantage because it's your notebook and you would know where all the things are.
Investigation. 17.
17, you are able to find at least 3 more drawings that are just like tucked in the corners, in like the inlines of particular design diagrams. Like nothing that would actually interfere with the work on the page itself, but are just like little doodles that she has added here and there that are just like horribly done, like god awful, like not even stick figures, but signaturely her ?
He every time that he finds one, he gets like a little red ink and then just like draws the tiniest of hearts next to it to show that he found it. He's like, oh, I'm gonna find all of them.
Good.
Oh, this is amazing.
There's at least she thinks 394.
Oh, I got my workout for me. He just kind of leans on her as he just keeps looking through his notebook. His tail kind of flickering a little bit against hers, like as he's just just going crazy. He's really happy.
I'm glad you enjoy the scavenger hunt.
Of course, you didn't have to set it up.
It gets boring inside the bag of holding.
Yeah, but at least Belle's in there usually to play some chess. That's beside the point. What is this one? And he just pulls out the 4D chess set.
Oh, that's a 4D chess set. Have you never played 4-dimensional chess with time travel shenanigans?
No.
Oh, it's quite interesting.
Can you teach me?
I don't think you would be ready for it, but sure, I can attempt.
You know me, I'm always ready to learn.
Alright. She'll set you up a game, and basically the way this works is every time you make a move on the board, you can make a move. Every time you make a move on the board, it doesn't move like it's hard to explain. Every time you make a move on the board, another board is generated above it with that move having been made.
Right.
And then it keeps going up and up and up. And at any point in time, you can choose to move a piece from the above board to another board below it. And that will make a third board on the right or on the left. And basically, what it ends up doing is you can send a rook from board position 45x or 45y all the way down to 3x and checkmate that board.
Yep.
You can send Terminators from the current board into the past to right the current board.
Okay.
It is horribly confusing. It is mind-bending. There is no intelligence roll you could possibly make aside from double nat 20s on disadvantage with another another d20 rolled. Like,
Force 4 intelligence, let's go! Fuck!
roll a third d20 because you have super disadvantage.
Yeah, super disadvantage. Hey, still relatively well for 3 rolls.
All right. Meanwhile,
He's-
meanwhile, she doesn't have to worry about any of
Mhm.
that and just rolls at advantage. She understands the mechanics.
he's just, God, you're so smart.
It's experience. You are not beaten as soundly as you would have thought you would be.
Uh-huh.
The only thing that kind of like separated the two of you this game is the fact that her mechanics are a lot more they're a lot better, and she has a
Right,
lot more
100%.
experience.
100%.
You certainly have the intelligence for the game. You can certainly maintain it if you were to learn it well enough, but it's as it stands, it's kind of like a sensory or an information overload of just like, oh dear God, what am I supposed to do when there's 60 different chessboards that I have to keep track of?
He's like, oh, I forgot about parallel universe number 443. God dang it.
And number 629. She says, moving a pawn into place and checkmating the king there, causing a good 1/3 of your boards just collapse in on themselves.
Oh. Oh, you're so friggin' cool.
I know.
He's just so determined to learn this game.
But still, you hold your own a lot better, and you do even manage to check her a couple times. Some of them are by accident, but others are not.
By the time they're done playing, it's 5 a.m.
No, you go to bed long before that.
Yeah.
At any rate, with that in mind, you guys all bed down for the night. Vaelyn, did you have a thing that you wanted to say? Is Vaelyn even here, or is he?
I forgot I was muted.
Oh, okay. So, what was your response?
The message was, "Are we still siblings?" Right?
Yes.
Yep.
He would say, "I do not know. By blood and definition we are, but by action and history, I do not know."
Brother, please, don't abandon me.
And nothing.
All right, so we found someone who's officially worse than Percival.
Nothing is in no response, or just like nothing is in you don't have an idea because your mind is still spacing.
No response.
Okay.
Nothing as in Vaelyn feels nothing.
Makes a note. That's gonna. So.
Yeah. So Red Swan, you were worried about getting us killed, Agatha getting us killed.
Moving
What
along.
you talking about?
Moving along. So you guys all bed down for the night, and you each go to sleep. And after a nice long rest, you guys wake up and find that your night wasn't disturbed by another big-ass dream sequence.
Yeah.
However,
I
Percival...
made that save.
However, guess what, Percival? You did sleep well. Your nightmares did not bother you.
I am suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't
be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Yes. And now it's time for Soren's favorite part of the game, where I roll how much HP he loses. Oh, those are D8s.
Oh God.
So it is 29 cut in half to 14. You lose 14 HP and 14 max HP, and you are exhausted for 8 hours.
That's
But I made the
all
save.
day.
You did make the save.
So that reduces the number of days I have to go through this, right?
No, it doesn't.
No, I'm not totally making rules up. Shut up.
You only have like what, 2 days left?
I mean, of the first run, yes.
Hmm. 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 Anyway, moving along. You guys wake up, and how do you guys begin your day?
Excellent question.
You know what? I have it. I have it. You guys begin your day just like your normal days. Agathar, you
is missing.
Agathar, you wake up under the bed. You were snuggled up with you were snuggled up with Soy Fang all night. Congratulations.
Congratulations, you're pregnant.
Hooray!
The second you slide free of the bed, she's gone. Don't worry about it. She does that.
Yep.
Percival, you wake up. You know, no nightmares bothered you. You might be suspicious, but your dream catcher is now, whenever you wake up, levitates off the wall and lays on your chest.
Just flicks it off. Get the fuck off of me.
It warps back onto your chest.
Hate all of this. The hell do you want? I clutch it and I try to break it again.
No breaking. Renswell, you probably wake up next to Percival, and she's just like, "Why won't you leave me alone?" Ah! Trying to break the dream catcher. Vaelyn, you awaken, but there's no sense of eyes on you. There's no sense of anyone trying. There's no daily message. There is only nothing.
It's bound to happen sometime later in the day, probably. Who knows?
Smile. Moving along. And Soren, you awaken, and you had a very good night's sleep. And your heart does not hurt as much as it did yesterday. It still hurts though. And those black veins are still spreading.
He basically like wakes up, yawns, and just looks down at his arms and at the veins and goes, "I wish I knew this was a side effect." And he's gonna get up and go about his day.
Alright then. You guys get up, you begin to acclimate yourselves to your morning rituals, you go and you get breakfast. It's a small ordeal, there's nothing really major that happens. And around noonish, you guys, let me roll a couple things real quick. Hey, Vaelyn, high or low?
Low?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
I hope he gets what he fucking deserves.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. And lastly, let me just do another little lucky roll here. Hey Vaelyn, roll me. Give me another high or low, buddy.
Why, Lucky? You son of a bitch. Lucky doesn't affect D100s, man. Lucky doesn't affect D100s.
I know it doesn't. I know it doesn't. Just
What's happening is get what you fucking deserve.
This is a luck roll, my man. Do you wanna take it high or you wanna take it low?
You know what? Let's go high this time.
Ooh, wrong choice.
Chuckles, you're in danger.
Alright, so let's see. I have banishment at the ready.
You know it's
Hold-
coming.
Is that technically a teleportation spell?
And with
Shut up, shut up.
that in mind, you guys receive a letter around 1 in the afternoon that reads, very simply put, your compatriots have arrived, and they are being brought into the town as this letter has been received, and that all 6 of them shall be with you guys shortly.
6?
Time for this family reunion. I'm guessing that's
Wait.
what that was.
So wait, we have Eloise.
Probably Veronica or Vani.
Maybe? I don't. Why would Veronica go with them? Unless that's her mission.
Am I there?
Yeah, this letter was delivered to your room.
Yeah.
Think about it, Agathar. They said 6. How many do you recall?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's that Kobold, Eloise, Cowboy, Lana,
Niatal,
Niatal. So who's number 6?
the prince.
Oh, you think? Oh, that could be it.
I don't know who else it could be.
By
Shit.
cowboy, do you mean Riven?
Yeah.
Okay.
Eloise is putting quite a lot of faith in me, but okay.
Well. Yeah. I had a thought too. You know how I said maybe we should go to Celeste after this?
Yes.
I was thinking that mage has an army in front of them. The one in Viore doesn't. And they're both being hunted, so considering the one in Viore is kind of, well, alone, maybe it's best if we go to Viore with them. As much as I don't want to go to Viore, but I think it would be beneficial if we all went at the same time.
Percy, you see Percy like pause for a moment and go into an intense bout of thought. Her brow knits as her eyes search left and right and thinking of something. Perhaps that's not a bad idea.
I don't have any basis to think on that, so okay.
You certainly don't.
she
She did refuse earlier.
Well,
She was very
she-
adamant against it.
she was very She was very like, oh yes, let's go to Celeste, and was very agreeable with Agathar. Was like,
I had never
Never-
refused going to Viore.
refused.
I've never refused. I've only ever suggested alternatives.
yeah, and jumped on the Celeste train pretty hard, which caught Agathar like, wait, what? You were agreeing with me a little too willingly here. What's up?
I mean, it's up to you if you want to do an insight on that or not.
I don't think I have enough ground to do an insight
Okay.
as much as I want to. Yeah.
Given any of those questions some thought?
Yes, a little bit. I had little questions for a little bit of everybody. I asked Rensor one yesterday. He sets down his coffee. He's got a little coffee. And he looks at her. All right. If you had to choose any other school of magic that you could study, what would that one be?
thinks for a moment. Evocation.
You know, it kind of makes a lot of sense. You do like to use evocation magic.
I do. I could have specialized in it if I had the proper privilege, but I feel what I was taught was also more than fitting my ends.
Yeah, I mean, divination magic is pretty incredible too.
It has its uses. It is a subtle spellcraft, but one that is felt more by the user than the ones around them.
But its effects, I'm sure, are pretty resounding.
Yes, in its own way. The majority of the might I hold when it comes to divination magic does not lie within spells, but my ability to affect the weave.
And to be able to affect the weave at all is, oh, you know, it's cool.
I would agree. Was that all you had to ask?
I'd probably ask more once we are, you know, not in a den of spies. I'll keep thinking on them.
If you
But,
had asked me something I didn't want to answer, I would not answer it.
Oh, I know. But it'll give me more time to really think about it.
Very
I
well.
had to come up with one pretty quickly.
Oh, is that right? Did I get you on the spot?
You kind of did, but you know, it was more of like a. It seemed like what I you know suggested to the group before everything kind of went to hell. Is that, you know, pass around, ask, and then receive sort of thing. So, I guess I was more thinking about how much I missed that than actual questions. So I think I jumped the gun on myself a little bit.
Percy ponders a moment. Well, if it is a game of asking and answering questions, maybe I have one for you.
Sure.
Given the chance to, in your own way, make things right with what's happened to you, would you?
He pauses, and just kind of looks at her. Make things right, as in, like, revenge, sort of thing.
He smiles. It is a question left to interpretation.
Well, I technically already did, but you know, he it's just he just kind of thinks about it. You know, whatever's happened, and I think maybe getting any sort of revenge or whatnot, I've already done it. I you know, I did what I had to, and I don't think, I don't know if it helped. I think what is helping, I mean, granted, what happened to me happened 2 years ago,
So it's still fresh, but I think just the best thing that I can do right now for myself is to try to move on with what happened and live the life that maybe sort of honors the person that I lost. And, you know, I can point fingers and I can blame things as a whole, but I already killed the guy that killed my friend. So revenge is already done, but I guess that's a long complicated explanation, but I think what I could do from that is to just move on.
Agreeable. If you want, you can roll an insight.
100%. Insight. Yeah. God damn it.
I'd say you don't get a heck of a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You get the feeling Percy wanted to know your feelings on that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe for herself in some way,
Mm-hmm.
but not much else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did I ever say what really happened to me? Did I ever touch up on that?
Not to me personally. I've overheard things. It is not a subject I will dig into. No going anywhere fast, poking old wounds.
Yeah, well, like I said a little bit a while ago, sometimes you gotta break a bone to help it heal. But, you know, I think maybe talking about it is also good. Keeping that bottled up, from what I've been learning, it's not always a good thing. But, you know, it's tough to talk about. But, I mean, I don't ever want, you know, you were very open with what happened to you, or at least for the most part, with whatever you shared, and I know that wasn't easy. And so, you know,
Tilts their head a little. What did I share?
you're, well,
He cast a message just in case.
he's like, well, your actual name,
Well,
and the little bit story behind that.
right. I mean, that is a personal. What's the word? That is a result, not the action. Maybe when we are done with this, I will share. Maybe a bit more.
Yeah. And, you know, I can share with me, if you guys want to hear it, or we can wait. I mean, we got Group B coming, so we can touch up on it when
Yes, I feel like alone.
Yeah,
Oh, as a group, all of us.
yeah, I'm okay with that.
You don't have to say anything you don't wish to.
That's okay. Maybe, yeah, later for sure. It hurts a little bit, but it's one of the reasons why I trailed off from
Mel's house recently.
She kind of raises a hand and like rests it on your shoulder.
Mhm.
It's all right.
Yeah, I'll explain it later. He yeah, his hand is wrapped. He gently puts his cold hand on top of yours briefly, as like we understand each other, sort of thing.
She smiles earnestly.
Mhm.
I have known from the beginning, Agathar, that you are not someone to underestimate. You are stronger than you appear.
Thanks. Sometimes I really don't feel like it. But that means a lot to me.
I'm glad. Honestly, if you had felt like you were on top of the world at all times, it often means you are the lowest.
Yeah.
And I am here. If you need someone to be sympathetic in a way others can't be.
Gives an understanding nod. And that extends to you as well.
Okay, and sorry about that. So with that in mind, are you guys done?
Yep, I think so. I think it's a good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that like I won't have you do it inside. You'd see her maybe just the slightest bit bite back at that before giving you a pat and the morning continuing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right then. So with that in mind, let us continue. So after about, I want to say, an hour or so, if you guys don't have anything else you'd like to do or say to one another.
No.
I don't think so.
Okay then.
Oh, wow.
After about that long, you guys find that, let me see. You find that another letter has arrived saying that your compatriots are waiting for you upstairs.
You need to put my face on.
Mm.
You see Percy like dig through her jacket and smear just a little bit of like dark under her eyes to give her the appearance of bags.
I slept like a baby the night before
How
when they
dare I?
disappeared.
It is
I
my
have to make. I have to keep up appearances.
How, it's like, how am I supposed to look jaded to the world if I look fresh and baby faced?
I will not have it in this house.
I have to make sure I am the least approachable person.
I have to look as miserable as possible.
Anyway,
I have a reputation to upkeep.
I have a reputation to uphold. Anyway, so you guys, you put your face on, and you guys all get ready, and
Thorn Percival's case takes it off.
and you guys make your way up the stairs. And as you guys do so,
As just real quick, as Soren's walking, as y'all are walking up the stairs to meet the group, you kind of notice Soren just like kind of absent-mindedly like fidgeting with something under his shirt at about sternum level.
You good?
Missed them already.
Oh, I mean, aside from the black venom, of course.
Right. Are you wearing the choker?
No, it's not the choker. He's not wearing the choker right now.
Okay. All right.
It's basically underneath the shirt. You can't actually visibly see it.
Oh, I see. Okay. He just shrugs.
All right. So is that all?
Yeah, that's basically just everything.
All right then. So,
And also, the deception roll probably was low enough everybody would be able to see it. When it's mentioned that the party might be diverting to Vori after they're done here in Mirzai, Soren seems to get a little bit giddy.
Okay.
okay. So, you guys make your way through the building and kind of into the main little spy hub area before making your way upstairs with Raphael following behind as kind of a liaison, so to speak. Though he's gonna be more in the background. But oh, god damn, yawning all over the place today. Shit. But still, you guys make your way up and into the main area of like the upper tavern area, and you spot the 5 very familiar faces that you have come to know and love. You see Niatal with her little half and half style of face, you know, half black, half white, Harlequin style. You see Eloise with her little blue skin short self. You see Riven with his spotted tabaxi looking facial features. His ocelot tabaxi features, I believe. And lastly, you see Lana, the purple-furred rabbit folk with a bit more of a goth aesthetic to her, inside that plate mail, talking with another rabbit folk that looks eerily similar to Vaelyn.
Uh-oh.
Is one of 3 things.
And I'm gonna show you a little bit of art that I got from a reputable site. I mean source.
Uh-oh.
My God.
Uh-oh.
Fucking way.
Wait.
Perfect. I am so happy right now.
Like, don't worry about it. I'm sure she's fine. I'm sure she's perfectly
this is
fine.
gonna be so great. I'm so ready for this.
I like
she's
how her
traveling with
brain's been
Riven.
removed.
I know.
She's traveling with Riven. She's fine.
It's okay. I'm sure she'll be fine. I'm sure it'll all be fine.
It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Yes. So, unlike Vaelyn, though, she only looks like him in kind of appearance, if that makes sense, in like general body shape, facial features. Her fur is stark white, and her eyes are this bloodshot red. And she is wearing what appears to be robes, and it's not exactly depicted very well, but and there are bandages that kind of like go down along her arms and along her wrists and around her hands before trailing off and hanging down low. She is scrawny and emaciated looking, almost sickly to a degree. She has thick bags around the corners of her eyes and looks like she hasn't slept in who knows how long. And she's currently talking with Lana in a very muted fashion. She doesn't look as excited to be here as Lana does, at the very least.
Agatha head turns, leans over to Percival. It's just like, they said prince, right?
It is not them.
And with that, Eloise kind of like looks up and goes, "Oh, hello, Percival.
Ellie,
Yeah.
who's your
And
friend?
well, before she can really respond, Renswa and Niatal's on the other side of you, just kind of like hooking an arm around you, giving you a half hug. Hey, sis, how's it going?
Hurls the fucking dream catcher at their forehead.
It disappears before it hits them.
I would love for it to whack them in the head, then disappear, please.
You know what? Give me a high or low.
Hi, please.
All right. Let me do high.
Aww.
Nah. It disappears before it hits her, but she still reflexively tries to dodge it, just like oh.
As they're reflexing, I kind of like waddle over there and just punch them in the shin too for flinching, and then punch them again.
Aw, really? Should I give you a kick afterwards?
Do you want to see where that'll lead you?
I just might.
It's nice to see you, Niatal. I try to pull away Percival.
Yeah. Like Renswa just kind of like wraps her in a hug. It's good to see you.
Niatal is going to give.
Although I think you're a bit shorter than I remember.
Niatal is going to give her a big hug as well, and she stares at Percival like, I get a hug.
Yeah. Also, Niatal realized of Rental.
Yeah, this is the first
A
time
cold
that
claw.
Niatal's seen her like this.
I'm
Yeah.
getting there. I'm getting there. You gotta
Okay.
you gotta let me cook.
I have to imagine as you're pulling me away, there's like the comical sound of stone being dragged as she doesn't move, and a single muscle is just like.
yeah, pretty much. And as she pulls back, she's like, "Hey, wait a minute. You're taller than you were. Wait, you're taller than me. No wonder
Oh,
I
you
enjoyed that
noticed,
hug
have
so
you?
much."
Yes, things have been interesting.
Interesting for sure. How'd you get so tall? You got stilts that I need to worry about?
That wouldn't explain her arms being longer, you dolt.
Well, I mean, the short explanation is that my mother stabbed me in the
Short
chest with her
explanation.
hand.
Oh, Mel stuff. Understood.
Basically, yes.
Very fair.
Soren just kind of like chuckles nervously and he goes, "That was a funny choice of words you had there when you said the short story."
Ha! I like this guy. He's great.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
you'll
I'm
like
sure
it
you
quite
will.
a bit.
He's just kind of like
that-
grimacing and goes, I hope so," and he's still fidgeting with that thing under his shirt.
Percy is dying to just try and ruin this for Niatal. She looks to Sora and just kind of like sucks her lips in and goes. Doesn't
It's like,
reveal.
I want to run her, but I do not want to hurt him.
Him, her.
Decisions.
Rich was allowed to have a friend. It's fine.
She can have all of the friends in the world, just not that one.
Just not that one.
This is fine.
I just want to talk to her.
I just want to talk to her.
That's what
Just wanna
shoot
talk
her.
to
Loading up light.
Shunk, shunk.
She looks at you at you, Soren. I'm gonna have her roll an insight real quick. Oh dear God, why?
Super low.
What is it?
She
3.
Natural 20.
is the natural one.
Nice.
She frowns and says, "Sorry, but I'm not into guys."
No.
Yeah.
Funny you should say that.
Yeah, there you go. Like, oh, guess what? Now you can pick and choose with this one.
He's like, it's can we? Is there a moment where you and I can talk? I mean, after reunion.
No, how about now? The both
Yeah,
of you have
fine.
so much to catch up on. Please take her away.
Aw, does little Percy not want me near her girlfriend? Is she jealous? Is she green with envy? And
Niatal, I cannot guarantee I can counterspell her.
We should probably go
Considering
and
you
talk
are a
now.
Let me
wandering
finish.
pervert with
Let me
wandering
finish.
hands.
Let me finish. Let me finish. And at that point in time, she gets a crack up beside the head from Eloise's staff, as she's just like, and she's like, Niatal, calm it down. You don't want to piss off Percival. She will turn you into a raisin.
There is a flicker of like orange green light at the tips of Percy's fingers. It's like,
I'm desperately trying to hold her hands back.
Hold me back. Hold me back.
this is not one of those situations where if you stop holding me back, I will like continue to ask you to hold me back because I will hurt her.
I know. I'm not letting go until you guys are cool.
Niatal's just like, what? It's just teasing between friends. Oh. Aw, I thought we were friends, because we have the same friend, or the same taste in women at the very least, right?
Yeah, you can bond over that.
Although
Soren
I
now
will-
really
although-
nervously grabbing his collar.
Although I will say, very minor aside, Renswa, you look good, Baltal.
Thank you.
I liked you when you were plushy-sized, but this is just as good.
It took some
Not good
getting
enough
used
for
to.
you, man.
Walking was interesting.
I can imagine so. And around this point in time, as the three of you are having this conversation, over in the background, Vaelyn, the new girl's looking at you.
You sure Soren doesn't want to explain?
Just fucking dinner plate sized
No.
eyes, neuron activation.
No,
Let's see, I got banishment ready. I
you
would
get
banish myself for a
barely any
minute.
interaction, Vaelyn. I'm torturing you right now
I could banish myself for a good minute, right?
for a minute.
That's teleportation, right? You can't leave the.
Get out.
Anyway, so the thing is, she's staring at you with this gaunt frame and these sunken-in eyes that are almost bugged out of her sockets.
And
She's just staring at you. Do you do anything? Do you say anything?
see,
Jesus.
I got one of two choices I'm thinking about doing right now. One is to throw Soren under the bus.
At this moment, Soren will not let you do that.
And the other is just to completely ignore Vani.
Jesus Christ.
How much chaos can I sow?
You see that she's currently starting to twitch and mutter to herself, putting her hands up to her head, her eyes never shifting from you, but her fingers rapidly tapping along her skull. The muttering getting a little bit worse. And then Lana places a hand on her back and whispers something into her ear. And she seems to calm for a moment. At which point Lana looks at you, narrows her eyes, and points. Get the fuck over here and say hi to your sister.
That shoots over. Wait, huh?
Does she say that actively or just
Actively.
mouthing it? Yeah.
She says it audibly. Everyone can hear. Riven in the
Wait.
corner of the room is just like arms folded, leaned up against the wall, like, ooh.
Soren,
Tips
Soren
his hat further down.
Hold on a second.
Hold up. Let him talk.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, you have a sister too?
Niatal glances over and just looks over and just leans around Rensois or Talsois to stare at you. Eloise just kind of like pinches the bridge of her nose. Just like, no tact as always.
Too much shit has been going on this past few, not even a week. Hello there, Vani.
Brother, yes. No, you said we weren't. You said we weren't anymore. I don't know. She seems conflicted. And the second you start talking to her, the more, like, her eyes just snap away and begin wandering anywhere else but you. The tapping along her head getting a lot more rapid and, the muttering getting a little bit more intense.
Lean down to Percival. I'm gonna let you go now, okay? You're not gonna blame her?
Might should be ready to blight the other one.
Percival, you gonna behave?
Bitch has Danganronpa levels of shit wrong with her.
Yeah.
But she's currently just muttering to herself as Lana just rolls her eyes and leans in and just kind of like grabs Vaelyn and just pulls him in close and just whispers into his ear, "Tell her that you're her brother and that you love her very much, and it will help." And then she'll just kind of like let him go.
I know we are kin by blood, but by actions, I still do not. By actions in history, I do not know. We both have been missing for years on end. Yes, we are siblings, but time has passed. Time has changed.
Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Out of curiosity, Vaelyn, I'm just gonna go on a limb here and assume that a 26 hits.
Yeah, he doesn't have armor.
Okay.
Just going on a limb. Like the one you're about to
get-
lose.
You get about midway through what you're saying, just like, I mean, we're related by blood, but not by action, and just Lana cold clocks you across the head and just sends you onto the ground.
I have never been so happy to see you, Lana.
Um,
Do it again.
Soren and Rensois both mummy.
at which point, Vani just kind of like seems to snap back to herself and go, "Brother, you're on the ground. Yeah, you're hurt." And she kind of just like, gets down on her knees and just kind of like, puts her hands on you and just kind of like skitters them up to where you're bleeding a bit from your nose, and she's like, "It's okay, I can heal you. I can do this much at the brain." And she puts her finger in her mouth and just kind of like bites down hard on her thumb, causing a bit of blood to fill her mouth as she removes her thumb from her from within her maw and just kind of like drips some blood onto your face, which then proceeds to soak into your fur, and you feel your nose kind of like snap back into place and readjust itself.
Vaelyn will get up.
As you are healed for the 5 points of damage that Lana dealt to you.
Vaelyn will get up. I'm surprised you didn't expect that out of me.
What, giving a shit about anything?
especially that's of the past. Mostly
I
because
expected you to give a lot more, I don't know, respect to your sibling, who is clearly going through a bit of a time.
That's just how Vaelyn is.
Vani is just kind of currently still like examining you, Vaelyn, but she's just muttering to herself. If you would like to listen in on her her unintelligible rambling, you may certainly do so. But
I'll just say my passive.
your passive what?
Isn't my passive perception.
Oh, okay.
It's an 18. So.
Okay, well, with your passive perception of 18, it's probably something along the lines of like you get very little mutterings of is he hurt anywhere else? Is he hurt anywhere else? Is he gonna die? Is he gonna die from this? Is he that weak? No, he can't be that weak. He's my brother. He should be stronger than that. He should be much stronger than that. Father was very diligent with our training, wasn't he? Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Yes, he was indeed. In fact, I remember very well. I remember very well, and no, is he good? Yes, he's good. He's just as I remember him. And she starts just stroking your chest. Just like, he's just as I remember him. He's just as I remember him.
Move her arm off his chest.
She moves it back to his chest and continues to stroke.
You'll do that a few times. While also saying, it's been a long week, especially since my memories came back. I wonder how many other households were affected by what we went through. I remember you having the same wounds as we.
Yeah. I remember as well.
I know of only one person that can do something that strong with memories. An archmage we've dealt with. Or interacted with, more like it.
Again with this lale lule lo thing.
A powerful mage. Stronger than, I'd have to say, tier 9.
Well, I don't know any mages that are like that. And your passive would probably pick up something along the lines of Vani kind of like muttering to herself. But Master said he might. Master said he might remember. No. Master also said that he. No. What did Master say? What did Master say? Did Master say anything about this? No. Master said that I should take a vacation. Yes. He said that I should take a vacation. That I should see my brother. That I should have fun with my brother. Yes. But what fun could I have with my brother who doesn't want me? Is he my brother still? I'm not his sister still. He said that I'm not his sister. He said that he hates me. Did he say that he hates me? Yeah, I think he did. That he said that he hates me. And she's just kind of looping into herself a little bit. But she continues to kind of just like try and press herself against him and just kind of like she wants to hug him, but at the same time, like, he keeps pushing her off, so she just can't. And after a couple minutes of frustratedly trying to do so, she just kind of breaks up. She kind of like just stops and just sinks to her knees and starts to mutter even louder to herself.
I think after just watching what the hell is happening here. He just finally like lets Percy go.
All right, and what is Vaelyn doing or saying in this situation?
He'll just continue talking towards Vani, being like, "What you don't know is I was sold. I'm still missing a good 5 years, the memories."
The memories never go away, brother. They never went away from me. We were all sold. All of us. Every single one. Only those who got out, got out. I stayed. You left, brother. You left.
So I'm not sure how much you remember or you know, but I tend to try to find the truth of it all.
And what truth is that, brother?
He's saying this towards Lana.
Oh,
Yeah, he's essentially actively ignoring Vani, but also using just his passive perception just to listen in.
Okay. I will say, when you start to actively ignore her is about when she collapses. And Lana just kind of like looks at him with this creeping sense of... Give an insight.
"22.
All of you can give an insight if you want.
Absolutely.
7. 2 focus.
Now I roll high.
Ooh. Ew. Does Rincewill also want to give an insight?
He's giving information out that he's been keeping to himself since he remembered everything.
Yep.
Give me a second to get.
How's everyone reacting to, "Hey, yeah, I was sold"?
Cracks.
We'll get that.
What they say about
Yeah. With a 22, 23, 27, all three, and a 20, all four of you can tell that Lana is giving him this look of, like, disgust. Not at him being sold or him getting his memories back or anything like that, but more his actions regarding Vani at the very least.
So
100%.
being a general douche
Being
canoe.
an actual, yeah,
Soren,
being an actual.
the Soren would probably have disadvantage now because of the venom,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
So-
yes, you. That's an 11. So with an
Or is that reduced because of the succeeded Constitution save?
you're still exhausted for 8 hours. It has been roughly
Okay.
like 9 to 1. 9, 10.
Yeah, so he would have failed that then, or
Yeah,
or
sadly.
he would have gotten an 11. So
I mean, he's also currently distracted by trying to get Niatal alone. So makes sense.
right now he is like watching.
Yeah, there's a
Look, to
scene
anybody
happening.
okay.
to anybody who notices Soren, he's actually watching the interaction between Vaelyn and Vani and actually getting like visibly upset.
Yeah, same.
Like
Yeah.
absolutely, like a mixture of sadness and anger is on his face, and he's not trying to hide it.
Yeah. And I'll give Rincewill that 27 insight because it's especially high. Lana's over here thinking about cold clocking him again and just drawing another line in the sand, just like, we settled this last time, we'll do it again. Don't make me do it. Kind of thing.
Shit, I could ready at that point. It's
Um,
like, "Dude, I'll help you."
but as she's just kind of like cracking her knuckles and just staring at Vaelyn, she's like, "So, just because you were sold gives you what? The right to refuse your own sibling who is clearly looking for you, has been looking for you, is, I don't know, happy, ecstatic that her brother is still alive? And for what reason? You're treating her like trash right now.
How else do you expect me to react? So much has happened in the past few days. Me being feeble-minded, my memories coming to light, me being incapacitated due to these memories, my bones readjusting, and all these things happen within a matter of 4 days. This is far too much to handle, and you should know how I act within the past few meetings of us.
No.
You know that I care not of the past,
You know
and
what?
yet this has gotten to me in such a way that I am willing to dig into the past to figure out what the fuck happened to us. Unlike you, it seems you do not wish to figure that out.
Look, Vaelyn, I don't know what crawled up your ass, alright? But that does sound like a pretty rough 4 days that you've experienced. Being feeble-minded, trapped in your own body, must have sucked. Getting your memories back, even if they incapacitated you, must have sucked. Pretty bad. But at the same time here, that's still no excuse for you to treat her like this. She came all this way, just to make sure that you're alive. To feel you, to touch you, to hug you, to be with you. And you reject her because you had a few bad days. Granted, they were very horrible days. Won't ever say that they weren't. But you can still, I don't know, kind of see how that could affect her. Because while you may have forgotten things and you may still not remember everything, because you told me there's like a 5-year gap? She remembers everything. And judging by the looks of her, she has not had a very good life. And if you're talking about me, what I want to do, you think I don't want to dig into the past to find out what happened to us, what happened to you, what happened to her? I do. So stop being an idiot and thinking that I don't. My family, we got out of whatever contract happened between your family and whoever else. That's at least as far as I know. Probably why I'm not somewhere else having forgotten about you. Or why I'm not like her. But what I do know is that she's on the verge of cracking right now, of shattering into a million little pieces. And that can't be recovered from. And I really need you to play ball with me right now. I need you to lean down, give her a hug, tell her that you love her, and that she is your sister. Afterwards, you can do or say whatever you want. I just want that from you right now, and she needs that from you right now. Because if she cracks, there's no telling what could happen.
If she has survived this far with her memories intact, then she's far stronger than you can assume. And besides, when it comes to family bonding, I don't think any of us have any real experience about it. Especially with me being with Mel.
Oh, really? I have no experience with this. She's been looking forward to nothing but a hug. I met her outside the city, over in the bar with her name, trying to figure out a way to find you. Sulking and moping in a corner, thinking that, oh, my brother's abandoned me. He doesn't love me anymore. So, I cheered her up, I picked her up. And, lo and behold, what do I find? Oh, we may be related by blood, but not by action. Shut the fuck up, okay? Quit being a pretentious little shit.
Rince was just in a corner sipping a drink.
I guess I was a little too afraid to get close.
You
He was
angry?
ready to-
You pissed off? Be pissed off at whoever did this to you and her, not to her. She does not deserve that shit. Especially not from you. Especially not now. So either you cooperate, or I guess I'm just gonna beat the shit out of you again and make you see things my way.
Can I interest you in the haste spell? To hasten that ass kicking you're about to deliver on this cretin.
Shit, there goes my train of thought. Shit.
Whoops.
Because as bad a 4 days as you have had, she has had years of far worse. And if a hug from you is what it takes to get her to stop muttering like a maniac for even 5 seconds, I'm all for it, and you should be all for it too.
Sorry, I'm blinking really hard right now. My train of thought is trying to form words, but
Cries.
So Soren at this point is going to just like close his eyes and shake his head, and then look at Niatal and go, "Hey, is it possible for us to go and go somewhere and talk?"
Yeah, here in a little bit I'm watching this.
Cheap entertainment.
Not cheap entertainment. I'm trying to back up my friend.
I should probably back her up too.
Same.
The whole bar stares at Vaelyn. In the meantime, Vani's mutterings have gotten a bit more intense the longer this conversation is dragged out. Meaning, Vaelyn, if you need more time to, I don't know, form your train of thought.
yeah, sorry, I'm blinking really hard.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will.
I'm sorry for derailing that.
You're fine. I can do crazed mutterings while you think of a train of thought. Let me see. If anyone else would like to, you may make perception checks, assuming your passive is no higher than 15. Like, if your passive is higher than 15, you can hear what she's saying, or you can catch a glimpse of what she's saying. If not, you'll have to make an active perception. If not, you'll have to make an active perception check to listen in on Vani's mad ramblings.
I don't think I'm proficient in perception, so I think I gotta
Yeah, I don't have to roll perception. I always fail perception.
do. I don't think. Oh God, I've done fucking borrowed knowledge so many times. Yeah, I am not proficient in perception, so I'm gonna roll.
I can imagine Raphael just in the corner eating popcorn.
Raphael is just like, holy shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
You deny your family its purpose.
You deny your family.
All right, Sam. Fuck.
She begs to bathe in the hugs of her brother.
You deny your sister your purpose.
And if anyone else would like, if anyone would like to, you guys can circle around and try and poke at Vani. Talk to her a little bit.
I do want to approach Vani a little bit as Lana's literally about to fucking throw down.
Soren's also gonna actually walk up to them as well. And just kneel down near Vani.
I am 2 feet tall.
I'd like to actually saddle up next to Niatal.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm in danger.
Okay then. Let me see. I'll go with Percival Slightly. What are you doing beside Niatal there? Like, she's aware.
Everyone is focused on Vaelyn, yeah.
No.
Absolutely.
Yes.
100%.
But I will say that when you do sidle up to be about, I want to say within 10 feet of Niatal, she does. You notice her ears quirk up, and then she glances towards you.
She looks like her normal kind of placid face, but she does crack a smirk that is like, you're right to be wary of me.
She smiles back. Of
Tell
course.
me. Off-topic question. Are you familiar with your parents? No.
Oh
where they are.
my god.
Oh!
Jesus Christ.
Ah.
On a bicycle.
Okay, so hold on. Is there a way that Soren can catch her saying this?
She's not being stealthy about it. I would say.
I am kind of being hushed. I'm not outwardly being stealthy. I'm kind of using the cover of this shit show.
What is your passive perception, Soren?
17.
17. I would say that's probably enough to catch the hushed conversation in the corner.
His eyes will dart immediately over to Percival, and he'll start doing the net cut, like no don't thing, like quiet.
I've already popped off the question.
And Soren is asking you to be quiet.
She responds with your question was, what do you know about your family? Her response is going to be, they're assholes. Nothing much to say about them.
Looks to Soren. I'm gonna do
Who's
something.
glaring at Percival right now.
Gonna do a deception check to make it look like I don't notice you. Shit!
That one, son of a bitch.
Wait, halfling?
No.
Wait, yeah, halfling.
Oh.
God.
Yeah.
You still got an insight.
Oh my god!
A 15 gets there though. A 15 gets there. It's above an 11.
He has disadvantage.
He has disadvantage.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Well, she doesn't see you, Soren. But that doesn't mean you can't just make your way over there to her.
We're gonna hear a thud of a body and then a crashing of a rooftop. So it's gonna punt Percival.
I don't mind my curiosity at all. I was just curious as all Everyone here seems to have either no parents or can't recall where they are.
No, I know where my parents are. I know very
Oh.
well about them. They're assholes.
It's a shame. Then I get on the other side of them between Rensois and them. And then gladly watches as I just kind of like goes on and then side-eye Sword and gives him like a quizzical like head tilt, like just kind of mouths the word, what?
and Soren's probably like beside Niatal again, just like, you motherfucker.
Soren just mouths, "Please quiet."
So Soren
She
about
gives
to
you
do-
an exaggerated wink and like, you got it, buddy.
Soren's about to do a quick draw technique on Percy.
So horrible.
In the meantime, Agatha, you've made your way over to Vani.
Hi.
You can hear her mutterings. But before I get to those, hey, Vaelyn, do you have a response?
Be the first time that you decided to beat me to the ground. Nor do I think, nor should it surprise any of us that it should be the last.
Keep acting the way you have been, man. Keep acting the way you have been.
It's like that scene. It's like, how many times do we gotta teach you this lesson, old man?
Oh my god.
You know, she's trying to tell you something when she does, right?
No.
I haven't had even time to process everything. Yeah, everything thrown at me, Vani appearing out of nowhere, essentially. And yet you think I should just welcome everyone with open arms. Everyone, everything.
At least acknowledge her existence.
Oh my god.
Soren has it right. Just acknowledge her existence. Say she's your sister. Give her a hug. And after that, it's fine. You can interrogate her. You can be paranoid about it. I don't give a shit. What I do give a shit about is what's currently going on with her.
It's also not what she said.
She's exasperated. She's trying to bargain.
Well, I know. Well, I'm saying that to Vaelyn. It's just like, it's like she didn't say welcome everybody with open arms. This is your sister.
Honestly, Vaelyn, we didn't give you shit when you went through your thing after all your bones broke and reknit themselves. I could have easily just said, walk it off, shithead.
Aye, it was pretty fucking freaky, but I decided not to say anything about it. That was your business, but so was this. And he nods over to Vani.
And yet, when I became myself again, I did reach out.
Yes.
Even though everything told me to not, I did.
So
Yes.
be a good brother and follow up on it.
Instead of, I don't know, ignoring her messages, leaving her on red, giving her this whole, oh, we're related by blood, but not by action bullshit. Like, what even does that mean?
And yet you do not hear the last part.
No, I heard it.
Action-
I
And yet
understand.
you're only focused on one.
No, I understand. You're afraid that she's some mass murderer in the background, or that she's going to, I don't know, stab you in the back. I think that she's far more likely to do so now than she would be if you'd have just given her the damn hug. She is spiraling hard. And if you can prevent that spiraling, shouldn't you, I don't know, take the chance? Look at how many of us there are in this room right now. If she goes, you know, we can probably stop that. But if she does so as a result of your inaction, I won't care.
Remember, Vaelyn, I still have a family to find. I would much rather that not be put to a unceremonious end.
I'm gonna have to roll something right quick. You just open up that door, Sora, and I'm rolling something.
Oh my
That
god.
dice.
Oh, is Vaelyn gonna do a spite move?
Possibly.
Redirect.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where the fuck are my dice?
Speaking of, I'm gonna have Lana roll insight on Soren. Oh, that's my girl. She gives Soren a quizzical look.
Hmm.
And there's a hint of realization. But she doesn't say anything.
So I did a higher low. I chose low, and I rolled a 1.
Alright.
Oh boy.
Sora, can you please repeat what you just said?
Oh no.
He said that he's still trying to find his family too, and he would much rather it not be brought to an unceremonious end.
You're trying to find your family. Why don't you just ask the blood relative of
With
yours
that,
standing next to you?
Before you even get about halfway through that, does an 18 hit?
Yes, I don't have armor.
Then yeah, straight up, you're over here like, oh, you're trying to find your family, then why don't you ask and just boom, laid out again.
I was also going to say, there's a 21 hit.
Oh shit! Red Swan, and Lana just combo him.
Oh, I should have.
I was literally ready to about to throw my hand in there as well.
Go ahead, go ahead, Hackathon, get your unarmed strike.
Oh boy.
Just make it a 3-way combo check.
I said no,
he's not gonna. He's gonna
he's
make.
He's like, they've got it.
Yeah, and he's gonna
basically about midway through the sentence, just like wham across the head, or just like snaps his neck to the side, and then Renswall comes in with like a roundhouse kick and knocks him back the other way.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna step in front of Vani to try to obscure.
Hit him with that fucking Street Fighter combo.
I was trying to obscure Vani's line of sight from her brother getting his ass kicked.
It's okay. It's like Red Swell's just like, it's okay. I'm also his sister.
So Soren can probably, I don't know if Soren would be able to deduce what he was about to say, and he says, "Don't you think I'm trying to, you daft bastard? I can't really do that at this moment. You'll have to forgive me for not jumping right at the first opportunity that's open to me, because it would have been not great. Do you understand me?"
Daddy's angry.
Meanwhile, Valen's getting his face.
Valen's yapped it on the ground.
It's like, do you understand me? Hold on. It depends on the concussion or not. He might legitimately not.
Let him lay there for a minute. Lana just turns and just gives Soren a nod. Hey, Niatal. Yeah, boss? Go, find us a room. Yeah, sure, right thing. right away. She immediately vanishes from her current position and appears in the bar and just says, "Hey, I'd like to get a room for 5 people, just like 6 people, 3 rooms spread across, just in the upper area." And yeah, there's like a small bead of sweat going down one side of her head. It's like, oh god.
So at this point, Soren's gonna kind of like look over to Vani and just say, "He's there. He's just very paranoid. It's gonna take him some time. You just gotta talk to him, all right? Don't worry about it. He's in there."
She looks up and she looks over to Rensois and she's like, "Wait, you're his sister now?"
Ding ding, round 2.
Not in the traditional sense, dear. And she'll kind of, it's like, is Lana, or not Lana, Vani, I said, where is she at the moment?
She's still on the ground, but she's staring up
Okay,
at you
yeah.
with these gaunt eyes and roll an
Yeah,
insight.
Then... Bingus, 26.
Nice.
You get the sense that as she was staring up at you, there was this flicker in her eyes of murderous intent. This sensation of this emotion crossing her face of, "Oh, I see. You're the reason why he doesn't love me anymore. You're the..." Yeah, and she was riling herself up, but you kind of said not in the traditional sense. And then that kind of
Yeah, no.
sliced her train of thought, and she's like, "Oh."
Yeah,
She
no.
sinks
And
back down.
Rensois will kind of, like, kneel down beside her and, like, "No, we both trained under the same master, and I never knew my actual family, so..." And she'll, like, kind of wave at the others. "This little band of idiots, mostly Vaelyn is the idiot, but all of them are my family."
"Oh, okay. I understand now. My master said we were a family too. Or did they?
"Who is your master?"
I can't say. That would spoil the fun."
Well, any family to Vaelyn is family to me, at the very least.
He finds that funny.
It's very nice to meet you, Vani. My name's Agathar.
I'm Soren, Vani.
Oh,
My name is Rensois.
there are so many names. I have to remember the names. Do I know these names? Oh, I know these names. No, do I? I don't know. Rensois, Soren, Agathar, Vaelyn. Rensois, Soren, Agathar, Vaelyn. Does that mean that's Percival? She points over to Percival.
So you know.
I remembered. The voices help me remember.
Interesting.
The voices know a lot about everything. There was, sometimes they know a lot about everything. Sometimes they don't know too much and they want me to find out things. But they know a lot about names, yes. And I think they know a lot about you guys, but I don't know.
Well, you'll have plenty of time to find out.
Is Vaelyn okay? He's on the ground. Is he hurt? I
He'll be
I
fine.
can heal him.
It's okay. Yeah, he's just kind of this.
Roll.
Vaelyn will be fine.
Roll a persuasion.
He can heal himself.
Yeah, that's true. He can heal himself, and I can heal him as well. That's
Alright.
perception.
As can I.
It's persuasion.
I won't, but I can.
And
Hey.
okay. She stands up and moves, but you guys are all like, we can heal. He can heal himself. It's just like, okay. It hurts to heal people sometimes.
That's okay. It looked like it. What is it that you do? I don't think I've seen that before.
Oh, what do I do? And she kind of like looks down at her thumb that is still dripping blood from like this very deep gash on it. And she's like, oh, I'm leaking. And she kind of pulls out from inside of one of the inside of her robes. She pulls out from inside of one of her robes a long bandage and just kind of like wraps it around her thumb and strings it up with the other bandages along her wrist and arms.
Hey, bandage buddies, and Agatha holds up his wrapped up arms.
You do it too?
It's for a different reason.
Oh, okay.
I move the bandages a little bit to show the translucent skin behind.
Oh, that's necromancy. I know that. The voices know that too. That's what happens when you do a big necromancy thing that you're not ready for, that you weren't able to do, and it backlashes. Yes. Necromantic backlash. I remember this. The voices help with that.
I was able to do it, but yeah, it backlashed.
I do stuff with blood.
That's amazing.
Yes. She actually leans forward and just stares at you for a little bit. A blade slowly coming into view. May I have some of your blood?
For what reason?
For personal use.
Maybe later.
The blade comes. The blade goes out of you. Okay.
Everyone, this is fine. Vaelyn
See-
alarm bells everywhere.
See, now I can't tell if she's like a fucking blood hunter or crazy.
I think Singermancer from the Taldori guide.
She then.
Or honestly, it could be literally anything from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She then stands back up. Okay, thank you. Oh. And she looks at you, Rensois. You have mushrooms in your blood.
Yes, I have studied in the druidic arts some,
Oh, okay.
though I've always had more of a predilection towards mushrooms and various other fungi.
Oh, okay. She pulls out the dagger again. Can I have some of your blood?
Not
I've
at
never
the
had
moment.
mushroom blood before.
Well, I don't think the mushrooms themselves really have blood per se.
I wonder what it would taste like.
Maybe, and Rensois just kind of like reaches over and just gently lowers the hand. Maybe another time.
Okay. She turns to Soren. Oh. Your blood's weird. It's got both estrogen and testosterone in it.
Real talk.
Francois snorts.
Everyone does. It's just he's got a little more.
Yes.
His brow furrows and goes, "It shouldn't right now."
Oh, well, if you're talking about shifting genders back and forth, then it takes a while for the blood to settle afterwards, even if the body has already done so.
Well, you learn something new every day.
Can I have some?
You
Knife comes out again.
You wouldn't want mine for another reason.
Oh, is it because of the venom in it? No, I like that as well.
I make it better.
It makes it spicy.
Damn it, I was just about to say that.
What exactly would you
Spicy
do with
blood.
it?
I would drink it.
He looks to the side a little bit, and he looks like he's giving this some thought, and he says, "How much would you need?"
They're slowly shaking his head no.
Not much. Not much. Not much at all. Just a little bit. Just just a nip.
Just a blade's
He-
worth.
He is looking for fangs now.
She doesn't have fangs.
How do you know? They could be retractable.
The fangs are disguised as the two front teeth.
He says, "You know what? How about we talk a little bit first before we get to know each other? Get to know each other a little bit first before we cross that bridge, hey?"
Okay. The blade goes back down.
But thank you for asking.
Matt, the voices say consent is everything when it comes to stuff like this.
Those are good voices.
It's like
Marvels.
maybe the voices aren't as bad.
For stuff like this and other
Morally
things as well.
gray. Moral gray voices.
They say if I try and take it by force, I take too much.
Cool.
Have you ever lost control before and unintentionally taken more than you've wanted?
Only when they ask me to.
As long as they consent, then I suppose it's okay. And he looks over to Red Straw with a kind of face.
So one just shrugs.
Percy's just kind of here now, behind,
need-
not terribly far behind Francois.
I need blood for what I can do. And if I don't have blood, then I have to use my own blood, and my own blood hurts, but it's okay. It's okay if it means that people can be healed and have and be alive, right? That's what the voices tell me.
He says to her, "Can you tell me a little bit more about these voices?"
Oh, I don't know what I can say about them. They're nice, and they're nice, and they've been with me for the longest time. They're always there, even if I don't hear them.
He's just kind of nodding and goes, That's great. Means you always have friends, right?" And he looks over to Renswaw with another kind of look.
Yes, I do always have friends, and I have Master too, and I think I have Vaelyn. I don't know. I don't know if I have brother or not.
He's, like I said, his life.
An idiot.
Well, I mean, but his life has led him down a path of paranoia. You need to get to know him first, since he doesn't remember you exactly because of the thing that happened to him. You just gotta open up to him and talk to him.
Give him some time, and we'll persuade him. I just kind of glance over to where fucking Vaelyn is. Give him some time.
Currently being curb stomped by Lana.
Yeah.
She lifts a hand up to her mouth and begins kind of like nibble on it absentmindedly, just on one of her fingers. And you would notice that a lot of her fingers have bandages on them
Mm-hmm.
or wrappings, and she's currently just like gnawing on them.
I quick question. Is it best to use humanoid blood, or can you use like animal blood or something?
Animal blood's muted.
Ah. Interesting.
Humanoid for humanoid, animal for animal.
Ah, makes sense. Okay, that makes sense.
Equivalent exchange, always.
Yeah. Does the name Bethany ring any bells?
I have a voice named Bethany. I also have one. I also have a voice named. I also have a voice named Jackson. I also have a voice named Commandant. I also have a voice named. I also have a voice named. What was? I think I have a voice named Master.
There's a voice named Timothy. I don't listen to Timothy. Timothy's crazy.
There's
He's also my best friend.
Timothy says he has voices, and I think that's crazy.
and then there's and then there's Inti. I like Inti. Inti knows a lot.
And where did you meet them?
In my brain.
I don't know when I met them, but they're there now. I think I met let's see. She starts thinking.
Bethany doesn't tell you any rumors, does she?
Oh no, she's such a gossip. She says rumors all the time.
He looks back over to Renshaw with another yee face.
It's Agathar and Sora at the same time.
Yee.
She's a total gossip. I tell her that her rumors are not true, but then she says that they are, and then I tell her that they're not true, and then she says that they are, and then we argue a lot, and then I don't get work done. And then Master gets upset with me.
Does she say anything about us?
No, that was Inti.
Let's see. Well, tell Inti I said hello.
It's noted.
Cool. Cool. Just, I'm gonna send a message. He just kind of takes a step back.
And Soren's gonna say, "It was a pleasure meeting you, Vani. I have to break away because there's somebody I need to talk to.
Okay.
I hope to see you again later, though."
I'm gonna be with you now.
Well, it'll be a pleasure to work alongside you.
Okay.
Soren again looks at Renshaw with a yee. No, I'm just kidding.
She doesn't seem to notice all these yeesh looks. She's too focused on both answering questions, muttering to herself every now and then, and looking over to where Vaelyn is.
Crazy. I was crazy once. Stay locked me in a room with the rats.
Meanwhile, Raphael, and here comes Lana with the steel chair.
He's like, you got room? You have room for one more?
And she has him in the people's elbow, everyone. Oh no! And those bones may be indestructible, but they aren't dislocatable.
His steel chair is not finding its mark because he denies his weapon his purpose. Anyways. So yeah, then he's gonna get up and walk over to Niatal and basically.
Niatal's gone. She left to check out the rooms as she was told by Master.
Damn it!
I mean, you can as you kind of like look around for her, Lana just puts a hand on your shoulder. Room 204 upstairs.
He kind of like looks at her quizzically and then just kind of like nods and begins to slowly move in that direction.
Trust me, I understand what he was about to say. That's why I got him away. Or that's why I got her away.
I'm glad you did. It's something I feel I need to break to her, you know?
Yeah, good.
Thank you. And he's going to move to the room towards the room.
All right. Before I get to that, Lana's gonna turn and look at Vaelyn, who's just on the ground still, presumably.
I'm kicking his shin.
Yeah.
Lightly.
Doug, Doug has a spoon that's just bopping him.
Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what's happening.
Yes.
What I wanted.
It is time.
I wanted to
It's my
say I
time for
contributed in some way. He'll bruise up nicely here.
I didn't, Doug, they're like, I didn't realize directly causing pain could be so much fun.
Bullshit. Soon these wounds will explode later when you're alone, Vaelyn.
Yes, pretty much. And as Lana kind of like she gives Percival like a nod of like not bad, good job.
Oh, I didn't help. I offered, but no one seemed to take it, so I just stood back and let you all watch this train wreck.
It's fine. The thought's appreciated. She
If you
then
say so.
like sloth squats beside Vaelyn, rolls him over so he can face her.
I would have said that he had gotten up since
Oh, okay.
since no one's truly giving him the beat down anymore.
Okay.
Well, just I mean, I'm just kicking your
For
shin.
the moment.
Yeah.
All right. She'll help him up. Stand him back up.
He'll get up on his own.
All right. So, are you? Are you feeling better now? Worse? Probably worse.
Vaelyn will pop his jaw and spit out a little bit of blood. Why don't you think? Although I suppose I deserve that last one for trying to go for a low blow, but can you honestly blame me?
Yes.
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 Quite easily, in fact.
Everyone using yes.
Even Percival, sorry, I felt I had to say something.
Me, honestly, I didn't expect much, but you have brought me to a new level of low I had never experienced before. So I'll give you kudos for finding that.
I wasn't I was expecting disappointment. What the fuck?
All I got was just the worst disgrace of a man I have ever seen.
God damn.
Look, Vaelyn. I understand it. Your training with your master, presumably the person you were sold to, by the way, has left you scarred. These past few days, not been the best. Seeing your sister in this state, probably not the best.
Nor all the constant scrying on me as well.
She didn't
What
tell
was
me
it?
about that.
What was it? 8 scries on the first day? Me sending
2
that message?
scries.
No, it was 8.
Well, it was
It was-
because we misinterpreted the.
Yeah, it was a misinterpretation of it.
Yeah.
It's technically been 4 scrying attempts. Because you failed the first one, she saw you, then she tried to do it again, you succeeded, couldn't do it again. Next day, she succeeded, or next day you failed, and then you succeeded. So it's been 4 scrying attempts in total. Because we misinterpreted how it worked.
Yeah. Scrying is finicky in this game.
Yes. Anyway, but continue, please.
No, Vaelyn just said, and the scrying.
She didn't tell me
Mm.
about the scrying. But at the same time, can you blame her for wanting to confirm that you're still alive? That you're still well? That you're still whom she thinks you are?
And yet, can you also see me indifferent, seeing as how I just follow my training to not trust everything truly?
Yeah, I understand it. But you have access to the spell, why didn't you just scry her back?
For one, I used all my magic for that day, sending messages about. You and her were not the only ones I sent messages to.
I mean, sure, but there's also the
Killer
next
shit.
day. You're a 5th tier caster, are you not?
The next day we had things to deal with.
We also
Mhm.
don't have any of the components.
That as well.
But could have asked for them.
Out of our group, the only ones that has components for Scry are me and Percy. And our equipment is still in the carriage.
I mean, our benefactors offered to fetch stuff if we needed that.
And yet it will always come at a price.
Yeah, the price is helping them.
For something to either helping them or some of the reward in which we take from our next upcoming
Oh,
quarry.
like we won't have plenty of it.
Ah.
He just turns around back into his notebook, trying to spell out ascending he wants to get to later.
Alright, look. So, maybe not. But at the same time, you couldn't attempt to stabilize her a little bit before going off on your whole tangent?
For all I... Time changes everyone. Both of us know this. All of us know this. We are not the same people that we were when we were children.
No, you're certainly not.
You were less of a douche canoe.
But
He
that
a canoe, he's the
doesn't...
whole boat.
No, you're certainly not, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't think of you in that way. And if playing into that, even if only for a moment, lets you lead her into having an easier time with accepting whatever changes have happened, then isn't that worth it?
And why should I lower my guard for a temporary thing?
Who said you have to lower your guard? A hug isn't lowering your guard. Like, what? Is she gonna stab you in the back? If she does, you have me, a life domain cleric, who can, I don't know, pick you up, revive you afterwards. You have a divination wizard that can probably, I don't know, see the future where her attack misses you arbitrarily. No, wait, you have 2 of those just around you. You have...
Nonetheless, it still stands. Why should I lower my guard? Surely you didn't when Vani first approached you, or you her. After all, you said it yourself. You haven't seen her since since you left the village.
No, I haven't. But at the same
And
time, I still gave her a hug, and I still comforted her in her time of need. Because I trusted my party, and I trusted in my own judgment of the situation. So, do you have no trust in your party? Do you have no trust in me? Do you have no trust in anyone but yourself?
my trust in others that I know I have. Because those that I don't, well, I trust very little.
Well, not sure if you caught this, bud, but she's obsessed with you. Just a little bit. And in my experience, whenever someone has an obsession, and that obsession does not reciprocate to a small degree, that obsession, then bad things tend to happen. Am I asking you to trust her with your life? No. Am I asking for a small act of kindness that could change the course of her future? Yes. And I shouldn't have to be fighting you this hard about this. Imagine how much pain you could have saved yourself if you would have just given her the damn hug earlier.
And thus, I'm surprised you did not expect this to come.
Well, I'll be honest, I thought with some of your memories returned, you would, I don't know, want to connect with your sister a little bit more? At least want to be, I don't know, comforting? But...
I don't know. Probably the first thing I remembered as being sold. So I'm sorry if family really isn't priority other than trying to figure out why.
Oh, so your vengeance takes priority over you connecting with those from your past.
Possibly. I don't know. It's probably due to the fact that so many things are happening at once that, I don't know, I had time to properly think about everything. Rash decisions are the end of many people. Yet I'm not even given time to think upon these memories because we have been in the shit ever since we marched into Mirzai.
Yeah, well, now I'm here, and I'm here to help pull you out of it like I usually have to. At least back in the day. Focus on what's in front of you first, and then see about how you feel about everything else. Currently, she's in front of you right now. That's the situation you have to deal with right now. Whatever else is going on, whatever this Lale Lulelo is all about, that can wait. Even if only for a few seconds.
You say that, but we don't even know the truth of what is going on.
No, we don't, but at the same time...
You should know that.
At the same time, she's the closest thing that we have to that truth. Who do you think she's going to speak more openly to? Me or her brother?
Or perhaps neither.
And you'd rather not
I
even
s-
give it a chance?
I tried to ask questions through sendings. She did not wish to answer, saying that she couldn't. So, why do you
Well,
think she'll open up more to me?
because you're her brother, an object of her obsession. And very clearly, she's been waiting for this. If not waiting, she's been dreaming of it, fantasizing about it. It certainly hasn't gone according to her plans. Just food for thought, I guess. I don't know. Like, do whatever you want. Just know that I'm going to judge you very harshly for it and likely kick the shit out of you if you choose wrong.
And you see, unlike you, I expect that to happen nonetheless.
Mm.
While you expect me to act differently. And he'll just walk off.
I guess I just expect better from people that I used to look up to.
That was the first mistake.
I was going to say, thank you, Rensoir.
Agatha glances at Rensoir while he
Eh.
still writes.
And as he walks and as he passes by Vani, sorry this isn't what you thought it would be. And he'll just continue walking away.
Going to deck him.
She
I am going to deck
follows.
him.
She follows behind him like a lost dog.
So, nice to see you, Ellie.
At least until Lana just puts a hand on her shoulder and just gives her a shake of the head, like no. I will. Ellie just look. Eloise just looks back at Percival, just like, yeah, nice, happy family reunions, right?
Absolutely. That's exactly how I expected this would probably go.
And upstairs, Soren,
Yes.
you've been standing outside the door to the room Niatal is in for a little bit, just kind of like pacing back and forth. But you feel ready. At least, you think.
The whole time he's been doing it, he's just been like kind of fiddling with a solid, like a hard object underneath his shirt, again hanging at about sternum level. And he turns to the door and just takes a deep breath and goes, "All right, you can do this." And he raises his hand to knock, and then just it holds there for like 2 seconds before he takes another deep breath and knock, knock, knock.
Come on in.
And he opens the door nervously, tentatively, and
So
enters the room.
you open the door and you see Niatal currently standing with her back to the door, a rose stem in her mouth, with her hands on her hips, as she says, "I knew you couldn't resist wanting to talk to me again." And she does a little flip going, "Rensoir," and she's like, "Oh, dear." And just the rose drops out of her mouth. Sorry about that.
Somewhere in the distance, you just hear, ah!
My light senses are tingling.
No, it's
So-
more like a not your last.
So yeah, you're here. Okay, cool, awesome, right, great. Don't tell me what you saw.
So what? What are you talking about?
Okay, good. You just close the door. What are you doing here?
He steps into the room and closes the door, and he says, "Right, do you have a minute? There's something I need to talk with you about."
What about?
Well, can we sit down?
Sure. She then moves over and takes a seat on the bed and just gestures to a chair.
He walks over to the chair and sits down on it, and then goes, "All right. So, you're gods, I had this all practiced out in my mind. Your your parents. I remember you mentioning them a while back when we were in Deepwood, and I understand you don't really get along with them.
No, I don't. They're assholes.
Have they ever spoken about a lost child? Something, a child they lost like years ago?
No. But you would think from the way they look at me that they birthed a monster.
Your parents' names, they aren't Tark and Mela, are they?
There's a pause. A long, long pause as her eyes narrow towards you. And then she sits up a bit more straight and scoots back a bit further under the bed, crossing her legs. Uh-huh. And how do you know them? Do they owe you money or something?
No, it's just that, and he reaches down into the front of his shirt and grabs a hold of the medallion that he wears around his neck pretty much at every waking moment of his life, and he pulls it out and shows it to her with the engraved names Tark and Mela on the front, like in front of her, like to her eyesight so she can see it. And he says, "Because I think I'm their lost son, and in a, not going to lie, quite shocking development, your brother."
She pauses again and just kind of like reaches out and just plucks them from his hand and looks at them. Huh.
It's this world can be so very large and yet simultaneously incredibly small, can it?
And what's your last name?
Well, I've gone by Wonderwind for the longest time because I didn't know what it was. But I recently learned from an information broker, a traveler information broker, that the last name of my parents was Oleroth. And I remember you introducing yourself with that name, and I don't think that's a very common last name, is it?
No, it's not. Not the slightest. So. Well, I mean. On the bright side, at least they're consistent.
Well, see, I didn't even know who my parents were because... Did they ever tell you about where they came from?
No. Never told me shit.
Well, I might be able to elucidate some of that. See, there is or was, it's been, God's 14 years now almost, since I last saw them, but there was a traveling nomadic tribe that travels outside of Vitrium, right? They're called the Eteri, and they they were a tribe that always kept their numbers small, and the reason they did that was for the same reason that they remained nomadic, was to keep their footprints small so that they weren't ever in one place for very long, and they wouldn't be as tempting a target for bandits and raiders and whatnot. The Ettery only really settled down ever in one place for around a few weeks to a month for trade to pass off what they don't need to gain what they did, and then they would pick up and move on. Because the numbers were always kept low, very little was done to lessen their numbers, including times of crime when one member would wrong another. Usually since a lot of the people knew each other, they wouldn't the like an acceptable form of compensation would be to was like community service, just basic stuff. There was the most egregious crimes were reserved for exile, which is what I understand happened to my parents when I was not even a year old. So, if we're talking about the same people, and I have every reason to believe we are, they were forcibly removed from their home while I was still just a baby.
Uh-huh.
And once that happens, because of the crime in question, usually all mention of them is erased from history. That's why I didn't even know my last name, because once you get exiled, it's usually because a crime so heinous was committed that the best way to they felt the best way to deal with that was to wipe it from history so that nobody would ever know about it. At least that's what I gather.
Well, it's wonderful to hear. Well, I guess. Would it be our parents?
I suppose. I think so.
I suppose. Well, I guess that our parents were always shitheads if they were exiled from your tribe or something like that, and they abandoned you, and then they treated me like garbage. So, congratulations, you weren't involved with them?
Well, see here's why I've been looking for them for ever since for the last 13, 14 years, because the same thing happened to me. I was 13 and I was exiled too, but I didn't even know what I did. And I was hoping that finding them and speaking with them would help to shine some light on that. And the one thing that always bothered me about my exile was that it is tribal law for the elder performing the exile to tell the subject in question why they're being exiled. The only explanation I was given was that I was an adult and the elder's obligation was complete. And that was that. I was gone. I stayed there for the entire night into the next morning, screaming and asking why, and never got an answer. And then the tribe moved. So,
She reaches up and just kind of like narrows her eyes, seems to be deep in thought as she kind of like just strokes her chin. Is Soren looking visibly emotional at this point?
yes, he is.
She kind of looks up from within her reverie of thought and just kind of like, oh, and she hesitates for a bit, and then she just kind of like reaches across and just very awkwardly pats him on the shoulder. They're there?
Thanks. I thought I was already past all this, but I guess going back in that memory is still kind of painful.
Yeah.
But
I can kind of understand that. It's as if you were, you know, thrown out of everything you ever knew.
And I think the same might have happened to Ma and Pa, to Mom and Dad. So the main reason, there were two reasons mainly that I was trying to find them, and one was to see if they could give any answers, and the second was so that maybe, you know, even though I've not been in their lives for 26 years, we could be a family.
She looks off to the side and just kind of frowns. I don't think that we could ever really be a family again. Not with those two at the very least. You can shoot your shot and try your luck. Maybe you'll be able to garner a few more sympathy points because of the lost child bit, but I don't think they want anything to do with me. They've said as much. Mom said as much. Bitch.
He looks visibly angry at hearing this and says, I'm so sorry. No child deserves that.
Well, I'm glad you agree. They didn't.
Well, if it helps, there's something I'd like to give you. And he digs into his pocket and pulls out like a closed hand, and he says, if they're not going to be family to you, then... And he opens up his hand, showing to her, and he's holding a pair of sending stones. And he uses his ring finger and his pinky to hold one down to his palm, while he uses his forefinger and thumb to offer the other one to her. And he says, these are paired sending stones. And if you ever want to talk to family that'll listen, family that'll, you know, be there for you, you can call me. Just hearing that they've treated you like that kills me.
I'm over it. At least I think I am. She'll take the stone and just kind of roll it around in her fingers. But I guess it'd be good to connect to one family member that's kind of been through the same thing.
Well, I can't exactly say I have. I mean, I had some good parents, some good fosters in the tribe who brought me up. So they did a good job, but and he shakes his head and tears start to come down his face as he says, I never got to say goodbye to them.
Well, you know what? You got that tribe name?
Edery.
Edery?
Burn
Right.
into the ground.
Edery. I don't know where they are at now.
Alright, well, I'll find them.
Or if they exist.
No, I'll find them.
Well,
I'll find them,
I don't think it'll...
and we will get you that farewell for your foster family.
Well, we're gonna have to catch them outside the tribal compound because I'm not allowed there anymore.
Ha!
Fish me outside. How about that?
That's cute. You think we're gonna be outside the tribal compound? I don't give a fuck about barriers.
What are they gonna do? Banish us?
Yeah. That's exactly what she's gonna say. She's gonna, what are they gonna do? Banish us? Oh no! Ooh. I don't give a shit. Look, tell you what. I'm gonna find out where they are. I'll let you know in the sending stone when I do, and we'll make it a little brother-sister bonding exercise. We'll sneak in, say goodbye to your family, give them a hug or two, whatever. And then we'll maybe pants the elder and then leave.
And stab the elder? I mean, pants the elder?
Oh, I remember the elder fondly, shall we say. In fact, one of the things that I was kind of worried about was you actually have his his fur patterns. And I was worried that something else might have happened, and that's why my parents were kicked out. But I don't know.
Come again?
Don't really know what you mean by that, but
It's better if I don't enunciate or spell that out. I think I'd rather not think about that.
uh-huh. You know, for hypothetical reasons, what do you think happened?
Well, the information broker did tell me that my parents' color patterns weren't anything like yours, and I don't know if it's some like something that the grandfather had or the great grandfather had that got passed down and skipped a couple generations, but I just don't. Santak always rubbed me the wrong way. I always got a bad feeling from him, and I didn't want to think that he spawned anybody. Is the thing, you know?
Uh-huh.
But regardless, you have a brother
You-
that cares. Sorry.
You see this look cross her face as she begins to think.
And judging by the way
Staring down at her own hands.
judging by the way your parents treat you, I don't think it's an impossibility, though.
You see a look of realization cross her face. And she says, "That motherfucker."
His
And
brow
that's-
furrows and goes,
And that's where we're gonna end session.
okay.
Damn it!
We could keep going for another hour, right?
Just on that motherfucker. And that's where we're ending session.
Ah, shit, alright, I'll get to the sending.
So Vaelyn did nothing wrong.
Bailey did everything wrong.
So did you guys enjoy today's session?
I know what to name it. I already have
Everybody hates Vaelyn.
Yes, everybody hates Vaelyn.
What? Vaelyn? I stay true to Vaelyn's character, in my opinion.
Silent and non-intrusive for like 10 sessions, and then like just the worst person for like 20 minutes.
Alright, so we found someone more evil than Percival.
Okay, I'm silent and intrusive because I don't like being in the spotlight.
Well,
You better get used to it, fucko.
We put a spotlight on you and
You
kick, and then put the kick down on you.
Soren was about to join in. Soren was
yeah,
so close to joining in.
I was ready to, but I was like, you know what? If Niatal freaks the fuck out, I better try to.
I didn't want to, but Soren opened up the gates, and I'm like,
You didn't have to.
I'll roll a d100.
And you chose the side of the fucking bastard.
At any rate, but ultimately, did you guys have fun with today's session?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Did you guys enjoy the family get together?
It was certainly something.
What family get together? I was put down on the ground.
Yeah, the good old family beating.
I guess really there was only one family reunion today.
Yeah, let's be honest.
And lastly, I suppose that, say goodbye to the stream, everyone. Thank you guys for joining us for today's episode of the Rains of Vitrium. Remember to like, subscribe, comment, and fuel that lovely integration and so on and so forth. we're gonna be streaming up weekly. We're gonna start up our weekly stream next month after the holidays are over and done with, because I don't want to start up streaming for like a week and then have to skip a couple weeks because of Christmas mayhem and so on and so forth. And we may or may not be doing a Christmas one-off at a point in time. Who knows? I don't, but you'll find out sooner rather than later. Other than that, Agatha, say goodbye to the people.
Hi, I was wrong. Valen's the worst.
Percival, say goodbye to the people.
Hello, I was right. Valen's the worst.
Rensoir, say goodbye to the people.
I was correct. He is an idiot.
Sorry, say goodbye to the people?
I was close, and I was thinking Percy and Vaelyn were sort of up there. No, Valen's worse.
Oh my god. And Vaelyn...
I'm still neutral good, right?
What the hell? No.
You're good at not being good.
You're like neutral at best.
You're
Nah, fam. Like
that is yeah.
Like neutral evil, I would say.
Yeah.
No, he didn't actually have any machinations. He's just a dick.
Anyway.
So chaotic evil.
Oh, shit. Anyway, from all of us, all of you, we hope you have a good day, a good night, and we'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.